adversaries are spending more of their GDP on defense than we are. Meanwhile, our defense spending as a percentage of GDP has been steadily falling since World War II. That yellow line that you see on the graph cutting across that bar represents 4 to 5% of GDP spending. History has shown that meeting or exceeding that level of investment in disruptive persons from the hearing. The U.S. Capitol Police are on hand to assist with that task, and I thank them for their service. One housekeeping note before we get started. We are expecting to be called to the House floor for votes around 10:30. We'll go as long as we can up until those votes, and then I ask members to come back as soon as they can after voting. Upon conclusion, I also want to ask members, when you're entering and leaving the chamber, because there's hearings going on all across the Capitol because this time of day, please go in and out through the side door. Those doors make a lot of racket when you come in and out, so ingress and egress through the anteroom. All right, with that, I want to welcome our witnesses and thank them for their service to our nation. We are meeting today to review the Pentagon's FY27 budget request. Each year, the budget presentation gives us the opportunity to take a hard look at the threats we face and our ability to deter and defeat them. It helps us decide a level of investment that will actually secure our homeland and protect our interests across the globe. Here's the facts that underlie this year's budget request. We are funding an unprecedented global threat environment with multiple adversaries working together to undermine our security and that of our allies. They are building alliances and supporting each other with drones, munitions, military technology, and energy supplies. And China is leading the charge against us. As you can see from this graphic, 25 years ago, the PLA was just a defensive force with little ability to project power beyond our borders. Today, PLA is a monetary force capable of projecting power well into the Pacific. Their rapid military buildup has delivered thousands of new ships, subs, missiles, and space assets that severely challenge our ability to safeguard national security during the China continues to invest heavily in PLA military modernization, announcing a 7% increase in defense spending this year. As a result, they're spending more of the GDP on defense than we are. In fact, as you can see from this graphic, all of our adversaries are spending more of the GDP on defense than we are. Meanwhile, our defense percentage of GDP has still fallen since World War II. The line that you see on the graph coming across the ball represents 4 to 5% of GDP spending. History has shown that meeting or exceeding that level of investment ensures we can truly deter our adversaries. That's also led us to response. For years, we chose not to make the same level of investment ourselves. Since World War II, it's been significant. After all, is using the red line on that chart. No less than defense spending, on the other hand, account for over 85% in its spending region at the same period of time. This underinvestment in defense has had very real consequences. Our defense industrial base, long in the world, has added significantly. We're no longer capable of manufacturing portable fighters at scale or speed. Due to shipping, China builds 47% of the world's ships. The U.S. builds 1/10 of 1%. We build ships in Malaysia or the Netherlands. Our global munitions stockpile are low, and we lack capacity to rapidly restock magazine depth. We have very little industrial capacity to mine, refine, or process critical minerals. As a result, many of our defense supply chains are linked to the very adversaries we seek to deter. Beyond the impact of our industrial base, the adequate investment in our defense has resulted in a vicious cycle that has pitted sustainment against modernization. For years, administration after administration comes to this committee with budgets asking us to decommission weapons that they admit we still need, or to cut funding for training, parts, and supplies, or to put off needed maintenance to the facilities our service members live and work, or to reduce the number of military personnel. These budgets have asked us to make these sacrifices and accept the near-term risk so we can afford to reinvest in military modernization, which is something we desperately need to do. But we in Congress consistently rejected the mutually exclusive choice. Instead, we divided up the limited budget we were given and made a choice. We underfunded both sustainment and modernization. The result is we don't have enough munitions, ships, aircraft, or systems to ensure dominance against every adversary. And the ships and aircraft we do have suffer from unacceptably low mission-capable rates. Fortunately, that's about to change. This president has requested a historic $1.5 trillion budget for our national defense. For the first time in over 40 years, we've been presented a budget that accounts for the true cost of American deterrent. This budget fully funds both sustainment and modernization. It provides 24% increase in operation maintenance, including a 20% increase in core readiness programs like flight hours and combat exercises, including a 115% increase in funds for repair and improved facilities for our service members and families. It increased military end strength by 44,000, provide for a historic pay raise for our service members. It called for an unprecedented 76% increase in procurement and 64% increase in research and development. This will enable us to truly catch up in our modernization effort to equip by quickly building munitions, aircraft, ships, land, space, and autonomous systems to replenish and expand our arsenal. It directly confronts challenges our defense industrial base with over $100 billion in investments to revitalize manufacturing, expand domestic and allied critical minerals projects, and secure our supply chains. Finally, this level of investment is back to 4.5%. That's where we need to be if we want to truly deter conflict. It also ensures that America leads by example as our allies heed the president's call to increase their defense spending and improve their military readiness. I would also note that it's critical that we do not reduce deterrence while we're asking our allies to ramp up their own capacity. And I'm really paying a lot of attention to this case. Before I close my remarks, I want to highlight the bravery, dedication, and professionalism of our warfighters throughout the conflict with Iran. Their tremendous work to achieve the very clear military objectives of this operation has given the president the opening he needs to negotiate true and lasting peace that will ensure Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, thank you for being here. I look forward to hearing how this budget request will ensure our military can preserve America's deterrent for generations to come. With that, I yield to my fellow ranking member for help estimate.
Well, thank you, Stan. I appreciate this opening remarks. I want to start by agreeing with you on the last one. Our troops have performed incredibly well in the last 15 months. They've been asked to do more than anyone expected, and they demonstrated the incredible capability of the United States military. I think we all recognize that. If we question the strategies and decisions behind it, our troops deserve nothing but our praise. The incredible job they've done. It's not perfect. Certainly mistakes have been made, but we have demonstrated to the world we have a highly capable military. And I hear the chairman, the need for an increased budget. I think there's a whole lot of needs across the United States of America that have the same attitude about healthcare, about education, about infrastructure. But the problem is, we have a $40 trillion debt, and we still have taxes for absolutely everybody. We see the amount of revenue that's available to that. We also have to have a national security strategy that lives in a sound fiscal picture. Most experts would say that the most profound threat to our national security right now is exactly that. It is a fiscal picture. How are we going to continue to be able to afford to fund things we fund as we run debt ever higher? The other thing we're worrying about is the Pentagon has not passed a lot. If we give them what is roughly a 50-60% increase, is that money going to be well spent? We have every reason to doubt that. I will say, I praise the chairman of this committee, and in a bipartisan bicameral way, we have tackled the problem of acquisition reform. I think last year's bill put us on a good trajectory to get to the point where we can enact innovate faster at scale. I also believe the Pentagon and has been working on that. I've had meetings with the Secretary Feinberg, who's focused on that. We've got a long way to go. Can the Pentagon really absorb another $5-6 billion, depending on what the supplemental and reconciliation action? I don't think so. We need to pay as much attention to how we're spending the money as to how much we're spending. We proceed to that. But the larger problem is strategy that has been put forth. So I looked through the Secretary's remarks and heard give speeches before about how realism is our strategy. And I find that absurd in what we are doing. You can say a lot of things about the strategy, but all realistic. We started a full-scale war in the Middle East against Iran to try to reshape the Middle East. Now, we can talk about that in a bunch of different ways, but it's the exact opposite of realism. In fact, starting wars in the Middle East that get out of control and lead us to have far greater costs with benefits is one of the cornerstones of the unrealistic strategy that this administration has criticized over and over and over again. And yet here we are in full-scale Middle East war, and we in the cost of that. So at the top of that was 30 service members killed and hundreds wounded, but it goes beyond that. Thousands of civilians have been killed. Over a dozen countries now have been dragged into this war in one way or another. Israel, Lebanon war has exploded since this war started. We now have conflict between Shia militias, Iraq, and Kurdistan that is straining, to put it mildly, our relationship with Iraq, and also causing greater chaos throughout the Middle East. We see impact on the economy. So here at home, gas prices up by over $1. The impact of the fertilizer increase is going to come later as food prices skyrocket. But what happened to us is a small part of what happened to the rest of the world. Certainly the Middle East economy is up in the air, but a dozen of countries are rationing gasoline as we speak, experiencing extreme economic pain because of this war. There's nothing realistic about that. And one of the big questions that we get answered today is, where is this going? What is the plan to achieve our objectives? We've seen the cost. The cost is very, very high. All we keep hearing on the objectives is we keep seeing all of the targets that we have struck. And again, that is an incredible accomplishment from a tactical standpoint. I think the proficiency of our military has been on display. But we're not in this for a tactical advantage. In this to fundamentally change Iran. And as we sit here today, Iran's nuclear program is exactly what it was before this war started. They have not lost their capacity when like pain. They still have ballistic missile programs. They're still able to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and have this. They're capable of doing that. What is the plan to get that to change? And most certainly, the president keeps telling us that over. Well, a week ago Friday, the president announced that Iran had agreed to give up their nuclear program, give up their ballistic missile program, decide for terror groups, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The only problem with that is literally not true. He was completely making it up. Was that Iran hadn't even agreed to meet with us. It became embarrassing clear as the day went out where DD said he'd gone back and forth to the airport. We never even had a meeting. So wish fulfillment is not really a strategy. I mean, maybe the president thinks he's doing some sort of bad mind drain to Iran. He will give you your weapons automatically will. But that's not working. So what we need to hear today is what is going to work. We have 50,000 troops in the region. We're still at risk. How are these tactical victories going to translate into some sort of strategic success? And by the way, this is one of the things realism recognizes. You can win a whole lot of small battles and lose war, which is why you don't stumble into the war in the first place. At the same time, we're doing all this on our own as we increasingly push away all of our allies. Sometimes just because we want what we want to do, we don't have to consult them. Sometimes just gratuitously insulting them. I mean, in the middle of this war, we were asking NATO to come join us. The president took time out to insult President Macron and his wife. Okay, how is that helping us to try and belittle everybody in the world? Also, for the people who are criticizing NATO of this war, we remind people that NATO is a defensive alliance. What that means is every country in it pledges to defend a country if attacked. And we were out on that, but that's what they did. It's been Article 5 of 20 years to the side. NATO is not if any one of the countries decide to unilaterally and unwisely start a war precipitously that everyone else is to join. That's not the way it works. So raiding a little ally after we did that and driving them ever further away from us, how is that realistic? Not only are we going to try to reshape the Middle East, but we're going to do it alone by pushing everybody away from us. And then we have other tools in our arsenal. We set those numbers of budget, but the state part is really important. Development is really important. These are ways to achieve our ends. We've moved away from that. We've gotten rid of the entire UAID, literally causing starvation of children in countries where we had pledged to provide food, causing massive healthcare disruptions. People literally dying because we cut that off. In diplomacy, we've sidelined again the entire world. France and the UK have brought together 44 different countries that have interest in trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz. We've pushed them all aside. And then we've, of course, set our own diplomatic corps. We have a very, very talented State Corps, and I praise today talented our military, and I will stay by that. They deserve that praise. Our diplomatic corps deserves that praise too. But we shoved them all to the side in favor of the real estate guy. We're going to negotiate all the deals in the world, which today, by the way, has yielded exactly nothing. So it's realistic about starting a war in the Middle East, going it alone, and pushing aside all diplomacy and all other tools in our arsenal. And on top of that, of course, we also want to dominate the entire Western Hemisphere, including apparently annexing Canada, invading Greenland. How is any of that realistic? And then the administration comes before us and asks, well, what is a hopelessly unrealistic budget in this environment? Back in that chart there, when we were showing how much money we were spending on defense, we had a budget. We had a surplus in the year. We don't have that anymore. So call this strategy whatever you want to call it. Please don't call it realism. It's not. Forgive me, remind me of one of my favorite lines, Princess Bride. Is it Prince Willing? I want to light it up a little bit. I keep saying, inconceivable when things happen. Why the says to him, if you that word, don't you know what it means? I don't think we know the word realism means. So please, we not have a realism conversation. Let's have a conversation about what strategy actually is, and I'm sure you have a different definition of it than I do. But I look at it, strategy seems to be to use as much violence, as much threats, as much coercion as possible to bend the world to our will. I think that is a very dangerous strategy. Because one of the oldest cliches in the military, the enemy gets a vote. And we may think we can stand up and talk tough, talk about how strong they are and how we're burying our enemies and they're for a deal. We can do that all day long, right? But the enemy gets a vote. They don't have to do what we tell them to do. Meanwhile, that coercive violent strategy undermines our credibility in the world. His chairman is absolutely right. This is one area where I strongly disagree with folks on the far left, that we really see that's the U.S. and malign influence in the world and all past. I don't agree with that. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, a variety of other transnational terrorists, including, yes, our terrorists, and human traffickers over here. They all try to weaken us, all right? They don't want rules to be order. They want to put out their own rules. They want to push aside. We want to be the side that stands up for the rules. If what we're saying to the rest of the world is stick with us because we're a better bully than China, we coerce countries more effectively, that undercuts the very message of trying to spread build coalition we need to be successful. I also worry about the values we are showing the world when the president threatens to kill off an entire civilization. That is a message coming out of the United States of America. If we are going to be this big, powerful force that throws our weight around the world wants to know at a minimum that we're doing it for the right reasons and with a sense of values to protect people, not destroy entire civilizations. We all hear that and we go, God, you know, probably doesn't need it. That is so reassuring, okay? Just making it up. Supposed to be the United States of America. I grew up in stories of the U.S. at the end of World War II being the country that the Germans wanted to send to the Russians because they knew they could trust our values. We used to care about those values. No rules of engagement, give them no quarter. Right? That's not who we're supposed to be. And just one final point on that, the girls' school that got hit in the first days of this war. There's absolutely no question at this point what happened. We made a mistake. And that happens in war. We had divided target based on earlier charts. And yet, 2 months after it happened, we refuse to say anything about it, giving the world the impression that we just don't care. We do not care if the casualties and chaos that are caused by our war, and we should care, even if we want to keep that war. Now, I agree with the chair. In this strategy, we face the most complex threat environment that we've faced in a very long time. So really make it an strategy. Don't guess this realism, chest thumping stuff. What are we really going to do to meet those threats, to deal with the challenges we face? And I'll close just by saying, the other irony of this is we have a great example in the world right now of what our strategy should be and where our values should be. And that's Ukraine. And I'm curious, you know, here we roll up a card provider, we belittle and insult President Zelensky in the White House. He has no cards, right? Here we are, a year after that. It's like he had a couple cards to play. Ukraine is actually winning against Russia. Ukraine, a sovereign democracy standing up against a brutal, oppressive, coercive dictatorship. And we can't even bring ourselves on a consistent basis to say, we are with Ukraine, we are against what Putin is doing. Stand up and support. So I want to see that strategy to meet the complex threat in America. But simply saying we've already won and voting, bragging, trying to belittle and insult the entire world, that's not going to get us to the posture that we need. So I hope we have a conversation about how we can build a strategy that makes sense and is actually realistic. Without a
I think we're so now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. And we have Honorable P. Secretary of War, General Dan King, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff, and they're being accompanied by Mr. Jay Hurst, Acting Chief Financial Officer Control for the Department. Also, to welcome the Secretary of Life, Jeff. Welcome to our here. Glad to have you with us today. And with that, Secretary, we'll start with your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 billion fiscal year 2027 budget request of the Department of War. The President's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both deferment of long-standing problems as well as positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan King, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller, our Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, proud, and more secure America. I think our troops have demonstrated the world for the last 15 months are a reflection of that. The nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defensive industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America's last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we're focused on offshoring and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns, degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we're reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. The our Pentagon urgency informs everything we do. Rebuilding a military that the American people keep proud of. When this is nothing less than unlimited fear in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the President will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 time and continue to reverse 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for lower enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the government does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transform the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. For the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals for things like critical munitions and capabilities, we've sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great factories and massive reinvestment in skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our rears. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics what's been accomplished over just the past few months. These announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I'll refer you to the screen. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states and 180 cities and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion, resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, with 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 60,000 new jobs in defense. This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our department, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital. A historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. It's never been done before, and it's long overdue for a bureaucratic model with business model. Anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet the threats today, tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers. Help to ensure that our warfighters are able to defend the American dream and all American aim. Together with the help of policy updates and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across the country, and once again, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversary exploitation. We're firing out the American engine at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure the Department remains laser focused on increasing quality and survivability of our force for the front lines of the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. Speaking of warfighting, the topic Iran, I'm sure, come up today, which I very much welcome to discuss. Forward to the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump, like other presidents, has had courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad at. We're the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point, the reckless, and defeat words of congressional Democrats, some Republicans. 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to conflict. Last I remind you, my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Iran. 2 months in, on an existential fight for the safety of the American people. Iran did not have nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump had first to do it, and I look forward to hearing more about what our troops accomplished. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak to me. I ask that God would continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those who have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to the questions of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Jeff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee. Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here today alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our troops around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force, and I'm continually inspired by our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guard, Birdmen, and our civilians standing watch our nation, supported always by their families. Each and every one of them could have chosen another path, but they don't. They choose to serve and do something more important than themselves. And every day they meet the nation's challenges, from combat operations to critical support roles, with courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of our joint force who've passed away during my time as the chairman, including 14 who passed during Operation Fury. As the Secretary said, we're deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As a chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks to those leaders who make the nation's hardest decisions and offer my military advice privately. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn. My blueprint for this role is General George C. Marshall. His commitment to civilian control of the military and nonpartisan military remains a constant standard and something I borrow from often. I strive daily to emulate his candor, delivering the facts to our leaders and telling them what they need to hear, know what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with absolute dedication, and that is the demand of our profession. I sit here today before you representing our incredible joint force, and I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and the Congress that will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example by providing clear and candid, nonpartisan military advice and working together with our civilian leaders to ensure that our military does the things that we must do, being prepared to deter and defend our nation and, if called upon, win our wars around the world. America's joint force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities of a complex and ever-changing world. We are organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. Over the past year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable, adaptable, and most professional military force in the world. Our shared goals are to ensure the joint force maintains strategic initiative and advantage, projecting American power and responding to global challenges on our nation's terms. During Operation Rough Rider, Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, and Epic Fury, The Joint Force executed globally integrated operations and missions alongside our interagency and international partners. And once our civilian leaders made a decision, we make those missions our own, demonstrating the unmatched capability to seamlessly synchronize our capabilities across all domains, from seabed to cislunar space and higher. We're able to accomplish these complicated missions and work because we draw from a deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain and rebuild our strength continuously. We build readiness every day, we train professionals every day, we learn and sharpen our edges every day by being willing leaders. And I'm incredibly proud to be a member of the Joint Force team, proud of the team, and proud of the commanders. As the chairman and ranking member said, we live in complex and dynamic times where global risk is scaling. The complexity of today's modern battlefields demand our constant adaptation, innovation, and partnership with this Congress. As the Joint Force, we're up to the challenge. We're built for this environment. However, continued success is not guaranteed by past achievements. It must be secured through forward-looking partnerships with Congress. And to drive this pace of change and maintain our superiority, we need timely, predictable, and sustained investment. The resources we discussed today are critical to modernizing our force and ensuring that whatever threats emerge in the future, that your Joint Force is ready to meet those challenges to protect our interests and defend our nation. As Secretary, the President's fiscal year 2027 budget supports the Department's goals of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, ensuring our military is ready, securing our military advantage. Within the Joint Force uniform side, our priorities remain the same, ensuring our warfighters are properly armed, globally integrated, and ready, while always taking care of our people. And what truly sets our people apart from other militaries around the world is the 1.8 million members, enlisted members of our force, who maintain readiness beyond reproach and are the envy of every other nation. I'm joined today with the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman, Dave Isom, who's here with me today representing the 1.8 million members of the enlisted force. He is a great American, not an American. And while we face a dynamic and dangerous world, I have absolute trust in the extraordinary men and women who come and volunteer to serve our nation within our Joint Force. They execute the mission quietly every day, and coupled with the American spirit, outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge. Doing so requires your partnership. We stand ready today to answer our nation's call. It remains an honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside the members of this Joint Force. And as we sit here today in this important hearing, I ask us all to remember our deployed teammates who are out there right now doing our nation's business. And may we again always remember our fallen, who've given us the gift of an incredible example, and their family members should continue to show us what courage and grit look like. Thank you again for your enduring support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. I recognize myself in the question. Secretary Hayes, thank you for undertaking the Arsenal of Freedom Tour and the great department doing to help enhance the capacity and industrial base. Could you tell us how last year's reconciliation bill helped enable what you've been able to do, and what you think this year's FY27 budget request will do on that front?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership, your support in that topic. And coming in this division, we fell in on a lot of reforms we could be an advocate for a long time. Look at some of these winter movement, and our department have run with those. And that reconciliation bill last year was on a rocket fuel to initiate President Trump's priority in this department. So we fell in on our department's focus on a lot of wrong things, going the wrong direction. And reconciliation, we were able to put, 22 billion shipbuilding, 22 billion to dome, 25 billion to munitions, establish endowments, which we're continuing to do to this day in this next budget fund. So getting from that budget cycle, we've been notoriously unpredictable, coming out of continuing resolution of FY25 to fund this, and then a bill for 26 laid the groundwork for this historic budget to ensure that we're not coming at a cold start here. We came into this administration. Reconciliation was a beautiful tool. We were able to use that $7 billion bill from the priorities of this department. We spent $4 billion on barracks, started meeting after the quality of life barracks. Because of the austerity of the Biden administration, we traded off of maintenance, traded off of quality of life to fund everything operationally. This budget stops that cycle and both invests in statement and modernization, which is critically important. So with the reconciliation bill, Mr. Chairman, we've been in a very different place. So thank you for that.
Well, as you are aware, the expansion of the industrial base is the principal focus this year in JA. So in addition to enacting this budget request that's been submitted, we want to work with you to enhance the department's statutory authority to improve the capacity of our job. What additional changes in law, such as the additional multi-year block buy authority, would you recommend that we pursue issues in EA?
Few aspects of the acquisition transformation that are taken by Undersecretary Duffy, acquisition sustainment, so there's an aspect of that we'd like to codify even more. You mentioned multi-year procurement is incredibly important, and one important part of this bill. When this committee and Congress funds those things, companies are already breaking ground on tens of billions of dollars of new plants. We've got 14 in our ammunition council that are focusing on certain ammunitions that are critical. PAC-3s, SM-3s, SM-6, THAAD, Patriots, Tomahawks, AMRAAMs, Jacksons, you name them. We're building it slow to low. Now the companies are going to pay for those factories and those rocket lines. And when Congress gives those 5 to 7 year demand signals, they'll then fund it, not just, hey, can you get 10 more per month, but can be 2x, 3x, 4 production, pay for it now. Companies invest accordingly. So it's a critical aspect of some of what we've done so far. We need more of those 5 to 7 year investments.
Right. Jim King, what does the $1.5 trillion budget make for the wider and ability to jet forces and secure our interests around the globe?
Chairman, in my view, this represents a historic down payment on future security. If the budget is approved and ultimately deployed, as we look at the character of warfare changing very, very fast, what's favored into this budget by our civilian leaders will allow us to start getting ahead of where technology is evolving. And as I mentioned, character of warfighting is changing pretty quickly. Mass, simultaneity, autonomy, undersea, space, cyber, information. All of those ways that are now manifesting themselves in battlefields around the world require a higher end of capital investment. And that's why we're grateful for the opportunity to have the budget make its way to the Joint force. So it's important down payment on the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I yield the rank for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Sir, to drag you the conversation here. We have not yet received from Pentagon the cost of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as soon as possible. Certainly the mission spent it, but also underreported is we had a fair amount of equipment including C-130s, the rest are down to Aaron. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately, we're spending about $25 million on Operation Net Fury. So that is munitions. They're part of that is obviously one and equipment replacement. We will formulate some through the White House. We'll cut Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the collector.
Okay. So you're saying the full cost of this mission $5 billion?
Yeah, that's our estimate of the cost.
Okay, interesting. I'm sure it's a question. We asked for a whole long time. What's the number? If you could get details over to us, that would. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran in the war. It is worth noting every president prior to this one, including his first term, also proven Iran would be included Iran actually having the war in Iran. So you keep that in mind. Also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment, in negotiation, what Iran's saying, basically pay us to open up straight. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. Fourth note, of course, the straits are open for the war start now, negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer said, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this legal kinetic action into an improvement in nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does that lead to that result?
Well, we keep with the premise question that Operation Midnight Hammer is a very effective.
Nothing's done.
Ultimately, under this administration, unlike other administrations, which had deal and pallet cash, no ability to oversee what Iran is actually pursuing the program. So for litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal, our view, the president's view is a free bad deal.
That's the path for the future.
Fund talking negotiated deals. Fund their proxies and spread Hamas has all around the region, build up nuclear capability.
What are we going to do?
President Trump clear from the building costing the money to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer now to this effort to recognize that you have to stir down this enemy who's been on getting a nuclear weapon and get to the point where they're at the table getting it up in a way that
so they haven't broken yet. We haven't gotten yet. All of the
nuclear facilities have been obliterated, underground, buried, and we are any nuclear material.
We claim time for that here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was in threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had been up their nuclear ambitions, and they had inventional shield thousands of
Operation Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left it exactly the same place we were before.
So much so, facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
Let me try.
It's a free strategy. No, this free war. The North Korean strategy used conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them. They could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran's weakest moment, took an action to in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners.
And yet they still haven't been
conventional shield was
right.
brought to what we've done.
So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice was Ukraine had no card plot. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly, that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine? You didn't see Ukraine's going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months.
What we didn't miss, and we're in the city, is that Joe Biden, no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine. Now would happen if President Trump was president. So he pulled out our. Let's talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump leads a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
So you didn't expect Ukraine to go that. I'm asking you just from a strategic standpoint.
I think Ukraine's shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is not paying for the weapon anyway that we provide.
All right, thank you.
Now, I want to invite everybody, because everybody won't get a question, so we want to be strictly to 5-minute rule. So I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Rogers, for leadership working with President Donald Trump. As a grateful father of 4 sons who served overseas in Afghanistan, I especially appreciate War Secretary Executive and Chief Staff King for your confident service and success. Military families have never been more appreciated than today, and our enemies, the dictators, now understand peace through strength. Dictators historically are on the run. With your leadership, President Trump has given Syria a chance. President al-Shah replacing dictator Assad from Damascus, who now lives in Moscow. Dictator Maduro is correctly by Manhattan bail, as you successfully revealed in Caracas that the war criminal air defense did not work. The Chinese Communist Party radar failed, and human mercenaries were printable. The human dictatorship is failing, and ultimate murder, Dictator Khomeini, is dead. In Iran, joining 35,000 people he murdered this year. With your leadership, American morale has never been higher, and hopes for freedom of the oppressed people of Iran, Cuba, Russia, and China have never been higher. And it's just an exciting time to be here with you, Mr. Secretary. We continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries as they expand their capabilities with the largest military buildup in world history by the Chinese Communist Party. How critical is it that we continue, as at Savannah River in South Carolina, to develop a plutonium pit processing so that we have modernization?
Well, I appreciate the question on nuclear modernization. Budget funds $71 billion to modernize the triad. I know it's collected to do, and nuclear triad underwrites everything. But I really appreciate your open statement. I think something that obviously the media doesn't want to cover and talk about is the historic record-breaking surge in being our ranks. 30-year record in recruiting. Americans wanted to join our joint wars. When they put the U4 on. We're meeting recruiting goals halfway through the year. We couldn't meet recruiting goals under previous administration. Under Joe Biden, Americans didn't want to join the military. We couldn't get it. Now we had to turn people away and push them to the next fiscal year. That's why we grow our force. I also speak out. Ultimately, digital troops to the force that we believe we can. That's the best vote of confidence. I can imagine.
Well, you better, hey, Mr. Secretary, you're really undated. Losing up, even no Aaron Pine. Hi, one inspiration on Easter Day. Best on what you've achieved. With that in mind, too, General King, with your Vermont military perspective, war for Putin and looting in Ukraine, as his 30-day special mission is now 4 years of, as the Secretary identified, courageous Ukrainian success, led by President Vladimir Zelensky. I appreciate NATO and EU have unified for Ukraine as the U.S. ranks 17th for GDP assistance for Ukraine. Ukraine is not stopping war from Putin from resurrecting the Soviet Union, making elections in Belarus, invading Ukraine, keeping troops in Moldova, and Venezuela invading and rigging elections in the Republic of Georgia. As we transition great responsibility to NATO allies, how we ensure seamless integration to have deterrence during this shift.
Congressman, we're fortunate to have great leaders out in the European theater right now. General Growich and his leadership team are committed to ensuring that integration and transition takes place in a most compact, capable, and effective way. Very entrepreneurial leaders out there across the components with General Growich, and he's doing a great job out there, as the committee knows.
Indeed, as we conclude, President Trump is a great General. You have united the Middle East nations unprecedented to an ally with the United States. You have united Latin America unprecedented to an ally with the United States. You have united Indo-Pacific unprecedented to an ally with the United States, and united NATO and EU unprecedented to an ally with the United States. You're achieving peace and restoring strength. Now you back.
Thank you, Chairman. The Secretary General in Wall Street Journal's lead headline reads, quote, Trump tells aides to prefer intended blockade of Iran. Executive began thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about how prolonged the blockade and they continue to drive up energy costs all over the world. Given ever-changing messages from this administration on the war strategy timeline, I really honestly don't expect to confirm or deny the general story. But one thing is clear. The number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz is about the lowest level since the war began. And commodity markets have stopped listening to happy talk, and crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 now, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend Mr. Armendariz is in California. It's closing at $8 a gallon. And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this war has done to American consumer farmers and small businesses, I want to focus for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other bad means. Mr. Secretary, you put a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was number one, with the second largest, more powerful military in the world, of course. Russia is clearly number two in terms of the threat posed to homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, ranked number 3, and Iran was described as, quote, accurately after midnight here, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades. And this was before February 28, when the decision was made to go into military strikes on Iran. So today, we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-Pacific, where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have one carrier strike group in Cambridge, Washington. And the imbalance in terms of this, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, is just blindingly obvious in terms of what the war is doing. Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. It's been through fires, plumbing problems, again, an extended deployment, which, in my opinion, is hitting readiness as hard as anything I've seen in time that I've been on this committee. So, General Payne, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, I'm assuming that we get to some end here. Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific, but just the gap that exists here today. They've got to go back into pretty heavy repair availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of decisions about where we're putting people and then putting really the most powerful part of our Navy. So can you explain again what that means in terms of the situation in OPEC, where China is watching? I saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the buildup that's happening in that part of the world. How does that align with the national defense strategy we just put up by this administration in January?
Well, first, I want to echo your comments on Ford Strike Group. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well on a historic cruise, doing incredible work for the nation.
How does that balance with?
Well, I'm happy to answer the way I think about this. The national security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but the president will employ national force and power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers the readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure has done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks.
Well, the trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in a decade, which is quote unquote from the defense strategies report. It's not, in my opinion, consensus.
As you can tell, look at the die vote have been called, so we are now in recess to end the vote. I expect to take 20 to 25 minutes, or 96. Here, come back to order. Secretary, can you hear my boy Cleveland? Jim, can you hear my mic on now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Right
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Hegseth, your written testimony on page 20 includes a statement concerning the importance of ISA in Section 7.2, which is incredibly timely because this is going to be voting today on February 26th. All three branches of government guarantee the protection of the constitutional rights of the people. If you want to count on that, because it's going to be very important. There are several people who right now in Spanish are going to be considering their support for 7.2's reauthorization.
Thank you for the opportunity, Congressman. The department strongly supports reauthorization of ISA, and it's not ever be any most important we have to do would not happen without the intelligence gathered through FISA 7.2. So we urge members to support as we continue to do the work.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate your comment that Iran was never permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. There have been many comments that have made concerning allies who have not assisted or supported the effort. There have been many allies who have been essential for us to be able to execute the functions both for Midnight Hammer and for the current ongoing operation. I'd like to ask you to speak for a moment about the essential aspect of the allies that are supporting the effort. There are bases that are necessary, our forward operating facilities, both our allies in the Middle East, with our NATO allies, those in Europe, throughout. We would not be able to undertake the current operation without the use and support of facilities that we have in our base in NATO, Europe, and the Middle East. If you would, for a moment, expound on the integral nature of our facilities that include those bases that are located within our ally.
Well, Congressman, from a purely military standpoint, allies and alliances are important. They allow us. You did a better job than I could on articulating the importance of access, phasing, and oversight considerations. Who those allies are and the quality of those alliances, or left our civilian leaders. Certainly, we appreciate those allies have helped us and assist us along the way.
You would describe them as having been essential.
Sure.
Because it's very important, and we want to be certain that you have services have their allies, especially those that are essential. The King was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, he received a standing ovation when he implored the society to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it says Russia will remain a persistent, manageable threat. It specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently President will continue to draw on authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced the prioritized Ukraine requirements list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA there is $400 million that is included in the European capacity building with defense security cooperation. General, the last time it went on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, it was voted in the House. Over 300 members of the House to support Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently we're doing operationally to support Ukraine?
Congressman, a few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our Syria assistance group Ukraine to assist with some information sharing matters. UCOM continues
which is continuous and ongoing and essential for Ukraine with U.S. support.
So much of the relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kennedy, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for service and bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage, tactical skill, and done incredible things that our country has asked them to do. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question. Have been. What is in question is the purpose and strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department of Defense, you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what is happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is serious, self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the great damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was real. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. Significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific have been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lethal deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know we have lost, but what again? Let's consider that the regime in Iran is still intact, with new, more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild the military industries, also as is Iran's coordinating with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and the stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only bought to President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you've been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered every changing reason for this war. You misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed the war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetent. Doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman, with a personal attack on the Secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
Please,
You know,
The time is good.
it's Jim's time. He can use it as he sees fit and add an extra 5 seconds to Mr. Gary's time.
You and the President are ever-changing reasons for the war. You misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactics success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war shows a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the President's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living. The President has got himself and America stuck in a quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He is desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentlemen, you're back. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Secretary Executive Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to ensure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think the most important of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Group Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit that provides us that presence. We know that over 2,000 Marines and an aircraft combat unit that board those vessels, and let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that go around the world. Today, as we speak, we have 3 armies that are deployed around the world. Fortunately, it's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary said, the President and combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats. I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure we have persistent 3.0 RU presence, and to look at how you're going to make sure through our shipping planes that we assure that we have adequate number of amphibians that are being built. I think that number is right around 40. And what are we going to do to make sure, too, that ASUB, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we maintain RU 3.0 with the effort we have put into maintaining these ships?
So thank you for the question, the subject question. Ultimately, we support 3.0. That presence right now gives us a lot of flexibility. Yeah. And this budget supports moving that direction to ensure this administration, future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible capabilities RU provides. Yeah. We saw it in Southern Spear, saw it on the Dura Raid, we see it right now at this capability. So, I do find shipbuilding to meet that as well. But if I may, sure. Yeah. I did get a chance to see a question in the state from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrat at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous decisions in utopian nation building that less than nothing. What we have right now, the way you stay dangerous, when you tell them 2 months in, Congress, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. For what they've taken, they succeeded. Success on the battlefield creates strategic opportunity. The courage of our president to confront and clear Iran, and you call quagmire hand propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless our troops. Don't say I support truth on one hand and a doomed mission is a quagmire. That's a false civilization. Who are you for here? Who are you playing for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And use it there. Go on TV for clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this man and historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been with us for 47 years. You want to talk about it for a war? For 2 months, the president said that he's going to get better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, quickly, you know all about the need for exquisite platforms. We know for close the gap with our hating threat, we have to make sure we have those extendable and incredible platforms. And we know those age capabilities are key. We have to be able to spend them up quickly because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter IBC strength. Give a perspective of how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in hand for warfighters.
Correct. I think it's critical when I look at what OSW above us is doing, the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the National Defense Industrial Base is all rallying around the need to scale, along with new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the joint force. A key is capacity.
Here, recognize again from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Mr. for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our Defense Industrial Base and Maritime Industrial Base has climbed greatly over time. It's a shipyard. It's many things that you already spoke about. In my community, we used to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers. We've lost that critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of it went overseas because it was cheaper. Well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I championed a provision in the 24 NDA titled Enhanced Domestic Content Requirement of Major Acquisition Programs. Had to do with industrial base making things here in America long before this administration came in. The goal was to strengthen our supply chains and have that critical oversight, push for great investments, much like doing now on these major defense acquisition programs. So we set in a bipartisan manner because we knew that this was critical and things can happen. And we hope here we are. There was a reporting requirement, and that's called on you. The Secretary of Defense was established an information repository, issued rules, create a fallback process to govern the Department of Defense. We wanted to better understand much of what is being done here, but it's not being reported back to us. I sent to your office on January 8th, followed up on February 4th, years overdue on this report that will give us insight on how we're addressing. We hear what you're saying, but can you commit that we'll get that report to us in the next 3 days?
Unless Jay has additional details, I'll make sure we look into it. Whatever we get to you as rapidly as possibly, we will. We'll also check with the new leadership to make sure they're complying as rapidly as possible with every aspect that could apply to shipbuilding. That's been our focus on the exam.
It's not shipbuilding, major acquisition programs across the board. This is incredibly important, and they're ignoring this, and 3 days is being generous, certainly. Second issue is, you talk about jumping the American worker and how important this is. Yet in the memo on April 9th, you terminated all collective bargaining agreements across the DOD, taking away from hundreds of thousands of workers at DOD their collective bargaining rates that they voted for. There was nothing to indicate there were any issues with any of the bargaining agreements, yet you decided to take away from them. The last 2 years, we've increased the wage for the warfare, incredibly important this year, up to 7%. Yet on the other side of this, you talk about supercharging the defense industrial base. How do you go and say, yes, we support warfighters? They can't do their job unless we build things they can use. Yet, no evidence to prove that these collective bargaining agreements are a problem anywhere across the Department of Defense, under Democrat and Republican administrations. How do you guys care about this, yet you take away their voice in the job?
Well, certainly, sir, the great worker that whether contractors, civilian that do the important work for us, Americans are going to say, we've invested more in merit bonuses for civilians than any administration previous. So if you're doing great work, you're going to say you're going to have even more opportunity. But when you're the ground, in those shipyards, other factory floors, there were issues with collective bargaining, which led to restrictions to the workforce and our ability to move faster. And addition to provide additional flexibility.
You didn't take away from the shipyard workers. You took away from the Department of Defense employers, where there hasn't been any issues. Let's be clear. Those are independent contractors. They have their collective bargaining agreements. The ones that work for you.
Ones that work for us, yeah, like anybody else, based on their performance, and if they're performing well, which I'm sure they are, as you've represented, they will have jobs.
Where is the that you took away the collective bargaining right? Why do you do it if it wasn't a problem?
I stated up front, it has a problem. There are many cases, whether it's on or inside our own department, or collective bargaining had led to arrangements and agreement that minimize the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the of their impact. That's what we're focusing on, and that's what we made the change, which we very much stand behind.
Well, I need that.
Let me know that you're not this young lady from yours. Fuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hexeth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industry base. It's particularly important for emerging technology. For years on this committee, my office had led the effort to ban the procurement of Chinese communist drones would pose a significant national security threat. And last year, after years of work, this committee finally passed my Countering CCP Drones Act, or Section 1709 of the NDA, which was fully implemented in December. How does FY27 JIT scale domestic production and deployment of drone systems to ensure the U.S. has the decisive advantage against our U.S. enemies?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for your work on that. Critically important. When you look on the hood of the ways in which China is trying to use critical elements of our industry-based supply chain against its capability in the future, could hamstring us with options for if your president is staggering. So drones is one that not only have we recognized, but thanks to your leadership and leadership of others, we are supercharging this budget. Conservative $54 billion in drone and drone dominance and counter UAS. Jay just said a piece of paper, added all up, it could be closer to $4 billion. We started a defense autonomous working group, autonomous warfare group, excuse me, to focus on this. We're going to do even more. We'll shortly announce sub-unified man autonomous warfare. Drones are so central to the future of warfare and where we get them from that we have to be able to both make exquisite ones better than anybody else and also the incredible swarm and the ability to defeat them ahead of our adversary, learning from the fields of Ukraine and Baker. So thank you, your leadership is front and center in this budget.
I very much appreciate all that the department is doing under your leadership. One concern I have is recent reporting indicate that while DJI, which is a communist Chinese drone company, is prohibited from seeing new FCC authorizations, there are still DJI products such as the DJI Avata 360 widely available in the U.S. through major retailers. These received FCC authorization before my provision in the NDA was fully implemented. So my question to you is, we close the loophole to protect our national security. Will you commit to working with this committee in my office to ensure that these products that pose significant risk to our national security are no longer permitted, given the evident threat CP pose to U.S. national security?
Congressman, yes, the department will get to working with staff looking at that loophole, which we are aware of. I missed in the first response. Of course, that $54 billion is American-made dominance. That is exactly where they need to be, and that folks is.
Great. Another technology is very important as a strong tight is quantum computing. China continues to invest heavily in quantum computing, sending and secure communications for military advantage. I represent Rome Force Research Lab, which is a hub of research when it comes to quantum. Secretary Hexeth, how does the budget proposal position U.S. to maintain leadership in operational relevant quantum technologies?
Country that dominates in quantum will dominate the future in C2, in comms, in every way that we fight. And so this makes the maximal investment possible here at home to ensure that quantum compute, and we're across the agency, by the way, this is not just the DOW, it is an agency issue, to ensure they've got the ability to scale and compute adversaries who are raised for the same mode.
General Kane, throughout my time in Congress, I've pushed the department to optimize its approach to quantum and develop a strategic roadmap. In your opinion, which quantum capability areas offer the most immediate benefit to the joint force and should prioritize investments moving forward?
So they work in crypto and quantum nature. We can see, sense, understand, defeat, protect our own stuff. So that's where I'm most interested in right now.
Great, and I also want to use my anytime. I just want both of you to visit Fort Ronald with 10th Mountain Division, most deployed in the U.S. Army since 9/11. In the first Trump administration, I had the honor of hosting President Trump, where he signed the NDAA in my district, and it's been a privilege to represent them. So I encourage you to visit that in relation for the end of this year. Thank you very much, and yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Bolden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions of the Bush administration and give them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, you're trying to compare this war to the
I'm just asking what you think
the president first one to call stupid war, and it's a comparison.
Okay, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. Let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were in this position in the cabinet. We never talk about what we would advise the president to do or not.
You think president?
I've been in every meeting.
I understand.
Chairman, everybody else.
Secretary, I'm asking
made, and he got every perspective possible. When it came
I'm
to
asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you think it's a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront nuclear bombs in the hands? The world would like right now if everyone had a nuclear war.
Okay, so let's just imagine. By the way, every previous administration, including the first Trump administration, prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how does the war go? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been astounding military.
So, are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you think all Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Well, I would say the blockade they hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian port.
Okay, so we blockade their blockade. They blockade us, and then we blockade the blockade. That's like saying tag grit, or if President Madison said, "Oh, the British burned down Washington, but we're going to burn it out as well." Chairman Cade, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the Strait?
Thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. You know, in this job, I have maintained trust with a variety of constituents.
Okay, I'm just asking if the military.
Yes, sir. As always, my point in this is, as I explained the role, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So, Mr. Secretary, do you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
the minesweepers, the only minesweepers had the Gulf, the Singapore, before the war started.
We have lots of capabilities that may or may not be aware of the classified level.
Okay, so,
class
battleships help with this?
You're talking about a respected future battleship, which we welcome.
Okay, you're in support of the battleships.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much Iran profited from your administration lifting sanctions on Iran when you started the war?
I can tell you, Iran's financially destitute right now.
Okay, well, they burned about $14 billion.
Economic fury. They're at a point where between the blockade and we did the militarily, they don't have Navy, they can't test the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to the military and the Navy,
buy
they're
for
at a
$14
place very
billion.
Washington.
How Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
They're not. We're ensuring they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay, but at the end of the day, it's also going to cost us. If say this war costs $100 billion, and we've already said give us more time, so in 2 months could go on 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What does that the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, unlike foolish reviews administration that won't go on for years and decades.
But let's just say $100 billion.
It's hard to imagine how to allow those things to happen. You were part of that, so was I. And
I'm asking if you know what your war costs the average American taxpayer.
What are the costs of Iran having nuclear weapons? I'm
just asking if you know the cost of the average American taxpayer. It's about $600. So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, so the constituents you run into Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think it's the question we all ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th at the press conference, you said we will give them quarter no mercy. In order for quarter no survivors, it's a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that it's murder. Do you stand by that statement? The
Department of War fights win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the full engagement necessary to be.
Okay, just to be clear, you call Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition or remind to follow the law. When you tell them to commit war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating laws that we're getting our law.
Gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. D.J. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our advancement space, Golden Dome, and nuclear modernization, all which are critical. And also, understand we're going to start the reproduction of the Q9 Reaper drones, which you, Mr. Secretary, and Ms. Secretary share my state of Tennessee. We know the one there when the National Guard operate very and conduct many of these missions, and they use it with great precision. So thank you for that. Secretary Hicks, you commissioned as infantry officer in the U.S. Army National Guard 2003. You deployed Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay. You awarded 2 Bronze Stars to combat infantry and joint commendation medals, Army commendation medals, among other recognitions. You've seen military actions from both an operational and service member perspective. Have you ever seen innovation with scope and scale and complexity of Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, and Operation Epic Fury?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Not have I not seen missions like that, but if you ask, if you earnestly go into our missions right now, you talk colonels and majors and staff sergeants and 2-star generals, and you ask about the environment of our military right now and the capabilities right now, compared to the Biden administration under Obama, they tell you is night and day. Even the right member acknowledged that the troops performed incredibly well over the past 18 months and demonstrated to the world. These are not new troops in a lot of cases. These are the same troops with new leadership. Under President Trump gives them authority. Under Department of Interior, they have what they need. I have operators looking saying for the first time ever, we have everything we need to accomplish the mission, both in equipment and in authorities. That matters when you go 30 hours around the world for the That matters when you go downtown in Venezuela and grab the indicted dictator of Hungary in the middle of the night, most horrible location. That matters at the outset of the Iran conflict. It matters during Operation Rough Rider, which is the reason why Houthis aren't in this fight right now, because they experienced 58 of the American military under President Trump. That matters in the Caribbean, or fighting against the terror organizations. This military is unleashed, and morale is at a level that this country has not seen for decades and decades because of the leadership of President Trump and because the War Department allows them to get back to basics. No more distractions, no more debris, simple accountability, training, standard lethality, and to respond to it. And it's that response to manifest in highly historic, successful military operations led by our incredible joint force, who are grateful to have commanders that has their back.
Okay, for that, our nation itself and officer, incredibly grateful. Secretary Hicks, the General Queen, with vision and steadfast commitment to our nation service member, both overseeing the beginning of generational transformation of our armed services. This budget will reflect that commitment by building and sustaining our defense industry base, increasing service member pay, housing benefits, robust funding, Golden Dome missile defense, space capabilities, and emphasis on peace through strength doctrine outlined in the national defense strategy. Based on the Defense Department's recent track record of successful missions, can you share some examples of military action that illustrate exactly how your leadership and vision of the Department of War is translating the peace through strength doctrine into an operational reality, and what psychological impact that may have on our peer adversaries such as China and Russia? And I'd like to get both third and General King's perspective. You can get their second.
I'll be brief. Reestablishing deterrence with the core pillars of what we set out to do after Afghanistan, after October 7th, after the war in Ukraine, after Lloyd Austin went AWOL for a week and one didn't care. The world put us that. And through the actions we've taken swiftly that just laid out, the world recognized that American power is back and willingness to utilize it shows that we can achieve these through strength.
In terms of our adversaries?
Yes, sir. When we look at the totality of actions that we've done over the last year, one thing leaps out at me that I think is clearly and unambiguously seen by our adversaries or those that may consider it, and that's our ability to integrate and synchronize a whole range of capabilities that we have in the joint force, information, cyber, deception, jamming, air power, sea power, land power, et cetera. And I think that ability, and I'm so proud of our joint force. As you know,
Our Chuck and Jim from California, Mid Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Kane, Mr. Heseth, and Hurst for being here today. I associate myself with the comments of Ranking Member Smith and Mr. Garrity, so that I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. Mr. Heseth recently realized that we have something in common. I'm also a fan of Pulp Fiction. And no, the movie is not a good portrayal of the Bible. You know what I'm talking about. This president and administration has claimed to be the most transparent of all time. With that in mind, I'd love to get some straightforward answers today. Some estimates show that the Trump administration's war poison has cost the taxpayer around $1 billion every day. In addition to spending taxpayer money on war they don't want, it's also driving costs. Cost of gas, while the cost of living is skyrocketing under this administration's policies. To me, and I assume to the American people, it isn't clear why we started this war, how it will end, and what anyone gained from it. This fact that about how much money has been spent on this war to date, and how much more do you anticipate spending?
Well, as our comptroller laid out, the estimate is less than $25 billion at this point for expenditure. The question I've asked this committee is, what is it worth to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, considering the radical ambitions of that regime? Almost every member of the state at some point has said,
thank you for your answer. I'll present my question.
President Trump's done the will to make sure it doesn't happen.
Supposedly we had taken care of the nuclear capability last time out. And now we're at it again, because obviously we said we did, but we did.
Wait.
I don't know my time. We know that the cost of oil and gas has gone up as a direct result of the war, and the American people are feeling the pain at the pump. In an attempt to alleviate the high price of gas costs directly by the president, he lifted sanctions on Russian oil. The way I see it, this is a massive gift to Putin and Russia's struggling economy. Mr. Hexeth, is there any concern that these sanctions against Russia will allow Putin to continue from Russia's illegal war against Ukraine?
We've seen Russia's Putin's inability to make effective battlefield gains, just like the inability to defend the Maduro regime, with the ability that was assistant Russian sent to Venezuela in order to defend, which defeated in 15 minutes. So Russia's military capabilities are no match.
And you believe easing sanctions is helping Russia?
We have the best energy team on the planet.
Chile has well. This is not deja vu. It's a simple no.
Energy dominance this administration has done.
All right, well, proceed my next question. Last week it was announced that the Department of Defense is no longer requiring service members to get their annual flu shot. This is an easy one for you. It's a softball. Don't screw up. The right note is to, and I quote, restore freedom for our joint force. This has been a requirement since 1950 because it's effective at preventing the spread of flu among our troops. It's not some new woke requirement that you like to lean on for much of your rhetoric. This decision is actually making our military less safe and less. Mr. Hexeth, at this time, there are plans to remove the mandatory requirement of other vaccinations like measles, mumps, and polio.
We very clear in our announcement that applies to service members having choices that pertain to the flu vaccine.
Don't you think that's a little reckless?
No, I think allowing well-informed Americans to start our country to make choices is not reckless. And command will still have latitude, say, for a submarine or something else to make a decision for a unit about whether it could demand in a particular circumstance. Overall, troops earn the right to be able to choose about something that related to their health.
Mr. Hexeth, I stand by what I said last time you were here. You were competent then, you're incompetent now, and the gift that keeps on being when it comes to incompetence. That, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Jen yields back to
Thank you.
Mississippi, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, don't you think it's extremely reckless to mandate COVID vaccines for the healthiest and most unlikely to get COVID and kick them out of the service if they did not comply with the legal, crazy order from the previous administration? Don't you think it was reckless to require that those soldiers and Marines and sailors had to take that COVID vaccine?
Thank you for the question. Not only I think it was reckless, but point out the nature of emergency and lack of actual data on. We think it was not legal. And as a result, we're working very hard to ensure that any service member who was pushed out is brought back in. If they were forcibly pushed out, back pay and rank and everything that comes with it, those soldiers and troops of conscience had to make that choice. I think the best troops in the force.
Listen, I'm grateful that we have two great National Guard Senate today, and a long-time serving Guardsman who just retired. I'm so proud of y'all and what you mean for our total force. It's not National Guard, it's not Reserve, it's not Army, it's not Navy, it's total force, and thank y'all for recognizing that. I just want to go back to some of the Iran stuff. I don't know, they're in a different world I'm living in, but from where I live since 1979, Iran has been at war with the United States, although we refuse to acknowledge it. Whether that's Hezbollah, whether it's the Houthis, whether that is Hamas, whether that is trying to build nuclear weapons. Export terror everywhere. I know for a fact when I was in Iraq, both tours, that EIPs made by Iranians killed our troops. I know for a fact that many of the munitions, I know for a fact many of the militias in Iran that were shield-based were there to attack Americans, had a willing knowledge of the Iranian government. Do you agree they've been at war with us and are still at war with us and the world since 1979?
Of course, 47 years from Beirut to Baghdad, Iran has sought the most dangerous weapons in the world to try to achieve death to America. And they were to get the most dangerous weapon in the world, a nuclear weapon. They would most certainly use it, which is why this is at the level of seriousness. President Trump was willing to address it. And that's what I think somebody's body misrepresents. North Korea is 11. Everyone thought North Korea didn't have a weapon. Under the Clinton administration, had so many ballistic missiles that ballistic missiles should allow them to blackmail the region and the world to say, we're going to get you, and you can't do anything about it. Under this administration, weakened by the 12-day war, what happened with Midnight Hammer, the president made a bold choice to have the American people say never will Iran, with their view of death, American death to Israel, have a nuclear weapon. That they have it, they'll use it, and he's taken that bold action. I think the American people will understand the nature of that, and they do support it.
Chairman County, I've been around a long time. Can any other military in the history of the world play Venezuela, Myanmar, and epic fury the way that our great warriors that defend and protect power of our nation could? Are you aware any other nation in the history of the world could have done that?
I'm not sure. I remain very proud of the Joint Force. I'll also say we're a learning organization, and we're going to continue to look at things that go right in any operations that we're tasked to do, and we're going to get better every day. So we do not want to sit on successes and assume future successes. We know that the nation and the citizens to constantly improve, no matter how well something goes. So I'm incredibly proud of the Joint Force. That said, I'm even more proud when they come back after that, they go to a team room and they start debriefing to make sure that we do it better next time, whatever it may be.
And my final point, I just want to talk about what Strokages was good enough thought to blockade the ports of Iran. And that blow, economically, to their entire economy, to their leadership, and everything else, it's going to take a little bit of time to play out. But that was so smart because it's more effective than E-bomb, and that's bomber effect and midnight hammer continue. But until we kill their will to create a nuclear weapon, they will always be a nuclear threat because they advanced for no long. But that blockade was so important. And it amazes me how we're crying about high gas prices when they were $2 a gallon more just 4 years ago or 5 years ago in the previous administration. With that, I go back.
Jimmy News back. As a general California McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, that tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You testified that it was $25 billion cost in terms of the munitions we use and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and take dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircraft, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days? That number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing, including buying today's dollars, the new weapons and replacements, including the damage share. That's your testimony. I would defer to counsel on that. And how much are you seeing in terms of? Are you asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission for this committee? If when a supplemental is submitted, the majority of it would not just be for. Would be for Iran munitions related to the entirety of what we're getting on. What will you send? But if you said on Iran, it would be less than 25 billion. There's a lot more we would ask for beyond this. You're saying it's 25 billion. If you back, you provide those numbers, because all the experts are disagreeing with when it comes to today's dollars and damage. But you can provide how much it costs American taxpayers in terms of the truck to Iranian school where kids were killed. Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we use? As I said, situation made under investigation. You don't know how much it costs, but I didn't tie a cost of that. It's a reasonable question, sir. I mean, taxpayer money was there. You know how much it will cost Americans in terms of the increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war? I would simply ask you what cost is it on Iran. I would simply ask you what you're getting the question to ask what it's going to be until the English what cost to prevent Iran getting a nuclear bomb. What would it cost? What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't get a nuclear bomb? What would you pay? Do you not know? You don't do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food in the American people are going to be? What is it cost? Iran hold that trade to do with nuclear weapons. It's $631 billion, which means an increase of $5,000 a year for American house. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge there is an economic cost to American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost? We have an incredibly economic team that manages better than what the previous administration did. The previous administration did. You know what the administration did. You're like this administration about the economy. You know this. You even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. If you said, okay, costing the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II. Now the wars, there's a cost you got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of missiles that hit the Iran school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your $25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certain men here will find agreement. We're still 440 pounds of low-enriched uranium, correct? And there's no matter of the not accurate? The amounts and types classified. Okay. Will you acknowledge there were 970 pounds of uranium-enriched after Trump threw out the JCPOA? JCPOA, terrible deal. Iran had a nuclear bomb. You deal with vague attitude. I'm telling you about numbers. Like, you don't know what gas costs, don't know what food costs, don't know what the operation costs. You know, I get sound bites. But how about a number? You know how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA? Okay, and know that this was early on. The price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, anywhere else in the country because of horrible policy state pursuit. You know what? It used to see that type of stuff worked, and then you started to lose the people that you campaigned to say you wanted to be for, because you said you wanted to get us into bed wars. You said you would bring down prices. You know what I said for all the people who voted for Trump? I'm saying them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of that angle base. You know who knows that? J.D. Vance was that.
Nebraska, Mr. Baden.
Thank you, Chair. I thank all of you for being here today. It's a real privilege to be part of this committee. We're the Cyprus committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAs with large majorities year after year, and it's important the Republican first year or Democrat first, where Americans trying to ensure their country is well defended. In that spirit, I compliment the operations in Iran. I served 30 years in the Air Force. We were attacked repeatedly by practice in Iran. Every time I was on there, the number one threat where I was located, lost friends like Kohler Towers. I with a nuclear weapon would have been an essential threat to our country. And if they had us like New York, they would have done it months ago. So I support operations. I think we got to draw. I would say it would be important to get the representative government that really won our election there, and I had to reply to another there, but the bureau was have their country. Support 5% GDP spending. There's no way to modernize our nuclear force, 6th generation fighters, take care of our women in uniform without being at 5% GDP. I'll in the spirit, I share a 5% concern with the fire ranks that we sit the Pentagon. 4 6 Chiefs, for example, the Coast Guard. We have a huge bipartisan majority here that the confidence in the Army Chief of Staff and Secretary of Navy. Now, just right now, it may be constitutionally right. You have the right to do these things, but it doesn't make it right or wise. Now, my question is dealing with thousands last. I've been working for the last 2 years. Our housing allowance is underpaying people in certain areas. And the department that's started under this ministry has been about for a while. They take out 5% of housing allowance of other needs. That means we're underpaying our system on a base by 5%. So we should fix a $2.9 billion line item to fix housing allowance. That must move. So just Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how we're going to fix this? Because we have shortfall, housing allowance, and we're trying to fix it out here. I'll get it fixed.
Captain, I agree with you. I think that is precisely the kind of quality of life issue that's been ignored time and time again. Oftentimes, with good intentions of trying to stop off with something else, but I mentioned 7% pay increase. That's just for June. It's 6% from E6 to 03. It's 5% from 04 all the way up. But pulling that gap, Medicare reimbursement, big, we're going to look well. If we reimburse care more than Medicare, then that one wants to take Medicare, and now you don't have a real more service member. So the places where we pinch pennies to try to keep out this budget, say, really hurt service. So we're committed to working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think it's already addressed to degree, but I want to emphasize it, but $4 million in Ukraine. As we execute it, it's support for those here, it has overall support. Also, I ensure the Health Security caucus that we put into the Health Security Initiative. These people love America, love freedom, more than anywhere I've ever been. And they need us. They're front lines with Russia. I have a question, Chairman. We did 29 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the King Gladys in 1991. Turned that off because the Cold War turned their favor. I think we're back where we were at. Russia's threat, just billion nuclear wars of hours. I think we need a looking glass to restore that nuclear man control survivability that gives us a chance. Russia needs no matter what they do, we can launch more ICMs. What's the vision for the looking glass to the follow-on?
Sir, as you know, right now we're looking at all three legs of the nuclear triad to make sure that the most critical backup on our nation's most important day is reliable, redundant, and workable. So we'll take a look at that. I know the team already been analysis on all from NC3 to the S8. But what I want you to know is the most important thing is the ability to execute if we had to, and we had.
29 years we had a plane airborne, was that on board, and gave the guy the White House I'm sure that we had a backup. I bet the future.
That's right.
I appreciate a look at.
Just flew with them. They were great.
You're not recognized gentleman from Massachusetts, Keaton.
Thanks, Chairman. I want to talk briefly about the current U.S. doctrine of conduct of the administration in a particular and a series of events. As everybody in the dais and witness table is aware, the Department of Defense Law of War Manual specifies that any order to kill shipwrecked persons in a legal war constitute a war crime. It isn't suggested. It's a specific example to show a clear-cut example of what this entails in our own manual. With that in mind, let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew did a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish aboard. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating 200 nautical miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It was hit once, then it was hit again. Not one shot, not an interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hood over their heads, seized their devices, and then held them for days. Ultimately, the crew was released, even with evidence. No evidence to support any narco activity or any charge that may be against them. So recap, we struck a vessel, struck it again, set fire to it as it was sinking. As public reports say, right there, we detained survivors and we let them go. Should be eye-opening. Let's go another example. The double tap or 2 strike attack that took place on September 2nd in the Caribbean. The vessel was struck, disabled, and then struck again, killing all but 2 survivors that were left clinging to the wreckage. And this is the thing. We know this happened. We know how it happened. The government still refuses to release the follow-up video of the killing of the shipwrecked survivors, even though they released the initial one to the public in news networks worldwide. The difference in sources in the 2 videos still not released to the public. Of course, the backlash was severe at the time and perhaps been forgotten. And in particular, but noble displayed character from this administration. Things were pointed at one another as everyone's going to cover, and a tacit acknowledgement that this was an issue that is violating international law. Now reviewed what's been available, the phony rationale this attacks are about fentanyl trafficking. When we know fentanyl comes from China, India, Mexico, then the basic argument this is about narco-terrorism. I don't believe a word of it. This was to create leverage for regime change in Venezuela. And now the president acknowledged that was about oil. On the simple need for justice and exercising our values, it's important for us to discuss what U.S. belligerence in the world stage means to our security. Our ability to march cooperation with our allies, and most importantly, not normalize these actions could endanger the lives of our own service members put in similar peril. Let me be clear about one thing. Whether these particular strikes discussed here, the one that killed 11 others on the coast of Venezuela, was 178 other killings. With each of these extrajudicial killings, the administration is pirating American values. We'll continue to investigate this. We will. It'll come forward in the future. Some days that video will be released. But we've got to stop also using our press resources that are being taxed heavily all over the world on actions that hurt our military. They hurt our military and they hurt our standing internationally, and they hurt our standard here at home. I hope that we can move forward. I will review whether these are justified because I found no justification. We were given classified information on the second strike. I can't sit, but I must tell you, it's the most convoluted bullshit I've ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what makes American a difference maker. This is what we're
incredible array of false accusations.
And I yield back all the time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Jim from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Secretary Heseth and General Kane and Mr. Hurst, for your bold leadership and for your attendance. I appreciate it. I can't tell you how awesome this hearing is today. It's fantastic. After from someone who served for 4 years during the last administration, this is a great day. Despite some of the crazy and disrespectful comments from some in this room, the Department of War is back. Today is a win because we are discussing American power dominance, national security, and making America great again. There will be differences in the way we go about that, but at least we are not wasting all our time talking about a restructure of the Department of War into a social experiment that appeases the far left agenda that existed for the last 4 years. Thank God those 4 years the disastrous administration are done. On behalf of someone who served 25 years in active duty, and almost everyone I know currently serving in uniform, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for saving the department. Okay, my question. The U.S. Special Operations budget has been relatively flat over the past decade, filling deep inflation and reducing the command's purchasing power for 10%. I was disappointed to see SOCOM's FY27 budget request was only $223 million higher last year than at the level, dropping even further from already less than 2% to now just above 1% of the department's overall budget. All of this comes despite being increasingly asked to do more. From 2023 to 2025, there was a 35% increase in combat command day and SOC capability. And last alone, SOCOM was unable to satisfy really 70 mission-specific requests due to resource and capacity restraints. Secretary said, I have appreciated the opportunity to meet with members of your team, leaders like ASWSO Anderson and SOCOM Commander Admiral Patty, as we work to grow the SOCOM pipeline for future fiscal years. Can you discuss the critical role SOC plays in underpinning deterrence, and do you agree with urgent need to grow the SOCOM budget accordingly?
Well, thank you for words, and I wholeheartedly agree. When you look at the burden that SOCOM shoulders on behalf of the Joint Force, it's incredible and it's significant, and so many things we have accomplished would not be possible without the incredible leadership of Admiral Bradley, General Braga, and others inside that community and what they do. I recognize their desire for increased funding beyond what's in F-27. We have and will continue to look at that and to happen. Some of the other things inside the budget, drones, all of life, will be things that are tied to that community even more so, I believe, to ensure they're taken care of properly. And then there's still questions they're asking also, which we're examining. So we're committed. We want to work with you where we miss something. We did it right because they're at the front lines.
Okay, these are my next question. I don't want to answer so quickly. But this year's budget request of $54.6 billion for the Defense Autonomous Warfare Group is also to unleash American drone armaments and rapidly integrate autonomous unmanned system across the Joint Force. We talk about that here. However, my concern is only $1 billion of this proposed funding is included in the base request, with the remaining $53.6 billion dependent future reconciliation package. I understand flexibility of approach bias. I remain concerned about the potential gaps created if such a package also occur. Funding of the is not included in future budget requests. And like I said, hoping SOCOM a big part of this to avoid critical capability gaps. How does the department plan to fully fund DOG at $54.6 billion if reconciliation stalls or the department or the department tend to transition funds for autonomous requirements into this budget for future years? And additionally, as you mentioned, how the department should SOCOM receive and execute portions of this funding to meet future mission requirements?
It's the right question, and we're hand glove with the committee to be the White House ensure that reconciliation package is properly tailored and timed so that it is passed, so that quick money get there. So we're not looking to FY20 or FY29 because we need those capabilities right now. So I appreciate the chairman's open question about reconciliation. It is a critical vehicle in this calendar year to ensure this department is fully funded to meet the threat of the future.
Thank you once again. You guys are an incredible job. I appreciate your leadership. Thank you for today. Go back, Chair.
Gentlemen, back to the lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Van.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you gentlemen for being here today and the opportunity to have a faith-based conversation with each of you. I have many questions, unfortunately, to start with some that disturbed me, Mr. Secretary, from your opening remarks. In your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, you reserved more words and more time and more vitriol to condemn Democrats than you did for She and for Boot combined. It's telling to me that you decided to use your words and your time for that. It turns out the Democrats, even Democrats Congress, are patriots as well. We serve our uniformed services, we admire and love our uniformed services, and we love our country just as much as a Republican do. In fact, in this body, I and Representative Aiken, who just led the numerous pay raises you now sit there and led as your anti-quit for. We led the closing of BAH, which then you ended up poaching and using for other things. This body led and authorized Ukrainian funding that is now being withheld. You also, in your opening remarks, extremely admonished us here for being patient with results of your 2-month war, a war of your suggestion to the president, a war of your choice, a war you executed our congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be shocking, Mr. Secretary, that we have questions and needed constitutionally a right to do so. So to be clear, despite a brilliant performance by our men and women uniform, despite thousands of factual successes, our men still have nuclear material, still have air defenses, still have boats, and still have straight. So despite the fact your recent comments indicate operation appear to finish, it's clearly is more work that needs to be done. As mentioned today, is indeed 60 days. So, Mr. Secretary, how many months, just order of magnitude, do you think that you're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think you're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, as the president has stated, you never tell your adversary.
Sure, once is the line that you always
once you've decimated their military, you control the trade, how long you would be committed to this issue.
The next thing you mentioned in your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, is that you called up on which astounded me, examples of the Afghanistan War, the Iraq War, and Vietnam War. Those are stunning examples to me of something that didn't go our way. We had the opportunity to execute on the wars quite well, but we did accomplish a mission, in my opinion. I think you'd agree on that as well.
My point is the effort, it's not those.
Exactly. Is this war taking us to that war? Because as
we're keeping up kids kind of Democrats we got in those wars who they said from the beginning, my mind, the Congress were too
and not our parties.
The Democrat Party wanted to social engineer the part of the war. We had to undo that minute of jagged power, and that's what we've done.
So we'll move on, sorry, I'm going to claim my time. General George, let's talk about a who's patriot. Who every single person here in the dais and down there in that audience and out there in this world has shit immersion for. Why did he get fired?
As with any moves made with general officers, first of all, thank you for their service. And ultimately,
my impression is you thanked him by a text or a phone call. You didn't even move to his face.
Out of respect for these officers, we never talk about the nature of the removal, but every one of them, including myself, those that serve the pleasure of the president. Ultimately, out of respect, the officers don't review. However, I will know it's very difficult to change the culture of the department that's been destroyed by the wrong respect.
So you think that's a culture?
There are we've made general officers in the administration because we need new leadership.
How do we explain why fired the most accurate and remarkable?
We need new leadership.
And your answer is a very immature way of responding to my quest. My next question has to do with my remaining time about the fact that there are orders you recently given to Navy to detail officers to command billets in special operations where they, the people who you're detailing, have already received bad performance reviews. They've received negative fitness reports. Is there truth to that statement, sir?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Have you ever ordered the Navy to have officers who ever screened for special operations major into the promotion list flag officer?
I'm not aware what you're referring to.
Right, I took that for no. Thank you. I yield.
You'll for everybody's situation awareness, I plan at 1 o'clock, probably 1 o'clock, recess about 10 minutes, give the witness a chance to address their ladies and visit the restroom necessary. With that, we will now go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thanks, Chairman. And Secretary, I'm
you aware that Iran, either through our intelligence or they still said they had 500 kilograms of enriched uranium, up to about 60%?
We're aware of what they have or what they believe they have, and we know they have, but all that is classified.
Fair enough. And if indeed they had 500 kilograms of enriched uranium, how long would it take to weapons grade?
Quickly enough, that it's a serious national security problem for the United States.
If said by days or a few weeks, would that be inaccurate?
You might be somewhere in the bar.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you just hit that from ChatGPT. We'll get you. Okay. So, but something like that, all right. Would you say that our primary mission in the war is to deny Iran the capability to develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
And would you say that a regime that's capable of killing 35,000 of some people in a 2-day period are they capable, if they had to deliver systems, to carry out their threat to destroy Israel and also harm the United States of America?
Any regime willing to kill 35,000, and we get maybe more, 40,000 of their own sin cold blood, would most certainly be willing to use the most dangerous weapon in the world, especially as history teaches us, when a nation says they will do something, you all listen. And when they can't death to America or death to Israel, if they got that nuclear weapon, history tells they might use it.
Well, Hitler said he was going to kill the Jewish, he was going to try to eliminate the Jewish population and Jews from the face of the world. Nobody really believes, but he will try to do that. So when somebody tells for 47 years they won't kill us, I think I want to take him at the word. And so, would you also agree that a now another goal of ours is to make sure that Iran never blockades the Strait of Hormuz, never has control of the Strait of Hormuz? Would that be an objective of ours?
What they're doing right now is effectively piracy, it's terrorism, it's threatening international shipping. And our blockade is telling the world that we actually control that strait. And I would ask the committee, what would this effort like if Iran had nuclear weapons? Imagine if Iran had nuclear capabilities, what they would do to build over any advantage they have from proxies, funding international terrorism.
Also, not only do they do that, but imagine if we hadn't become energy independent. Under the previous administration, we're hampering our ability to be energy independent under the guise of the Green New Deal, which is insanity, by the way. I'm going to go back a little bit of history. We bombed, Pearl was bombed on December 7th, 1941. Do you know how long it took the United States to have its first major victory in World War II? Pacific Theater.
How many years?
No, it was actually 6 months. It was not only a day, right? It was a change point. World War II. Can you imagine if we had the same Democrats asking the then Secretary of War, all right, gee, it's been 2 months, okay, and we haven't won this war yet. But then, we didn't win a major battle for 6 months. The job of the military, what you've done in the first 2 months is extraordinary. And so, again, for a couple of do you know how much money we spent on Ukraine? Help Ukraine?
The previous administration?
No, right now, up now.
Up $300 billion.
Right, about $300 billion. Yet I don't hear anything about, gee, how much money we spent on Ukraine from the other side. The difference between them and me is this. I support the United States and their effort to help Ukraine against a dictatorial aggressive power like Russia, which is our second greatest adversary. But I also support our efforts to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And so you always have my support. Not be pretty interested in that. I also support our efforts in what we did in Venezuela. We still have to go a little further because the ruins of that regime are still there. And we need to provide freedom for people in Venezuela. And also, one thing, for me, I guess what I'm looking for in this war with Iran is to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. But we have established an inspection protocol to make sure they never get a nuclear weapon, and then we control the strait and never control the strait.
Mr. Poe.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore serves as your private attorney, correct?
Okay.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out again. And you put Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is senior advisor. You give him that title, correct?
I would count him as very rich advisor.
He travels with you, correct?
Long-term friend, great patriot.
Travels with you, that's what I asked. He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct. But the public histogram shows this. Say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with advisors, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings.
Yeah, well, he maintains desk and office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a pig.
You directly mentioned Mr. Parlatore in the Reserve as a Navy commander in 25, do not?
I'm very proud to do so.
And when he did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PO process, the House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He was vetted by his PPO.
Uniformed service members don't vet by.
Answer yes. He didn't have to be vetted by his PO. He didn't go through the confirmation process, or did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you but Tim is a fan.
I'll tell you what he didn't do.
Does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed a special advisor, right?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
I mean, anybody that has access to material is going to have appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together a time.
I'm asking a simple question. You're a special most sensitive advisor. Do you have security?
No, your name got your name like you do on TV everywhere else. You're trying to thread together details that
Clearly you're concerned about my line question, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? You know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So, Mr. Parlatore represents foreign government. It says a private law practice, doesn't he?
From what I understand, is law practice does a lot of great work for service members in the military and other.
He maintains private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments, foreign persons in that private law practice?
I don't.
You know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you know. Do you represent any senior officers who are currently under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only person that makes determinations about senior officers.
Another question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
I'm one that makes decisions about.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
Represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has.
Does he have does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty. Always has been. He does fantastic.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed? The truth that Mr. Parlatore was removed and investigation by the White House last year?
I don't know what you're referring to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. Was it that you were also removed from the same investigation? The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, it's true that Mr. Parlatore terrorist President Trump.
I don't know what you're referring to, but now.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused is a human question. It's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why I'm answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by President Siegel?
I'm not familiar. You never give
Well, right here. I'll look at a statement from
Somebody
President
can
Trump.
above a quote and claim it says something that's what we're doing in a little sense.
Secretary Hess, what I'm really concerned about is report to behalf of faltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet continuously
Well,
going
we hear a lot
about
about
President
President Trump.
Trump.
You
Going about
wasted for 5 minutes. A huge waste of 5 minutes.
I'm playing my
Where?
time. You are repeatedly going behind
This is
President
Colorado
Trump.
time. Go ahead, Ms. Carl.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, holding people who he is accused of lying, who the White House is
Gentlemen, time expired.
You are not honest with
The
President
lady,
Trump.
South Carolina, is Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent and a number of documents to the record. The first of which is a statement from Bird was a statement for Corey Mills for searches and his forms and accounts of his military reserve are falsified. The second document is a picture of Corey Mills wearing Bronze Star from 2019 before he got Bronze Star. The third document is a document that conveys Bronze Star medal and his life-saving care to the wounded, and according to the soldiers who were there, this never happened according to the men who were there. The next document is a transcript of a conversation I had with Brigadier General Arnold Gordon Ray, who confirmed that he did not review, did not read, did not physically sign the form DD 638, form 638 that Miss submitted for Bronze Star to be, and he said, quote, I didn't look at it. I asked to review the email he sent to Mill's staff about authorizing his signature or form he did not review, and he said that he did not share it with me. That features now. I would like to interject a picture of Corey Mills who says this is the second time he got blown up, but he wouldn't tell people that blood on the pant leg, and this photo of the blood of Sergeant Ray is not Corey Mills' blood. And the same photos he shares when he sees with quote blown up. Our image is a Humvee that expended severe damage that is not Humvee. His Humvee poorly was 50 yards away and suffered no damage. She was not blown. This is a copy of Corey Mills' marriage certificate, a 9/11 MA, a 9/11 Moss, entered for the record and redacted, with family name redacted and protected. This is a picture of Corey Mills with a reported right in holder and a hand to much of course. And then last but not least, I would like to request unanimous consent and into the record restraining order against Corey Mills for dating violence. Thank you. I just buried my father on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. My father died. A shrapnel in his body. He had 3 tours of combat, 2 in Vietnam, 1 in 1965, 2 in the coup d'etat of the Dominican Republic. And I take stolen valor seriously because we have an in uniform that have given lives. And an individual that steals the stories of dead soldiers or injured soldiers have no right to serve in this body, let alone on this submit. And so I take it very seriously. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, and the folks that surrendered you in the Department of War as my father lay dying on April 14th. There was only one thing that calmed him down and gave him the courage to pass on to the next life. And that was for me to read story and testimony from 3 soldiers we didn't have, or family previously didn't have, been doing a lot of research. My father's service when received the Distinguished Cross with the Ice in 1968 in Bullseye. He rescued every man in that battle, that firefight, for a 2-day period. He rescued them better alive on his own. He stood to take fire over and over and over again. He called on artillery, heavy artillery, onto his position within 100 meters of his position. Men should have never made it out of Vietnam alive. In fact, his mandate officers kept him back in many cases because they thought he was on suicide because he was just so dangerous out there. He saved the lives of so many soldiers. So as he was taking his final breaths, I was provided by the Department of the Army testimony of soldiers we'd have. And diagrams information was the one thing that calmed him down so he could pass away knowing that he was a war hero and knowing that Jesus loved him. And it changed our man's life. It changed his life in his last moments, his last breaths, his last hours. And for that, I am so grateful for the ship that running at Pentagon and the Department of War. I have heard from people in the way they're trying to innovate and trying to change the way we do business there. And I'm glad that you're hiring people. There are people that are getting in your way, they need to go. And the efficiencies that you want to bring, whether it's shipbuilding, whether it's cyber, whether it's AI, whether it's public-private partnerships, we've never seen a Secretary of the Department of War who has been as innovative as you have. So I can't say enough good things about you right now. I was impressed. I was concerned troops on the ground in Iran early on, and I was impressed with where we are today, how those soldiers were evacuated, that flight that crashed. But everything I have seen, you have surpassed all of my expectations. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless you.
Jenny, yield back. Now, Jennifer from Maine, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. I'd like to use my time to drill down on an important decision regarding America's surface fleet, that is the future of the DG-51 flight reactor. Everyone in this committee knows about the Navy's struggle to successfully design, manage, and build new class of ship. To name a few examples, I'll highlight the 12 combat ship, the Zalmo-class destroyer, and the recently handled Constellation class frigate. I measure the Arleigh-class destroyer has been a highly successful program that continues to deliver the Navy a large force cannot depend on. So the Zalmo-class destroyers are going to replace the Arleigh-bird. It serves some interesting capabilities with the Navy route construction before the design was complete and an workable weapon system the Navy wanted to help it with. So the Navy scrapped the program at 3 ships and went back to DG. I'm my 8th year on this committee, and the entire time I've been in conversation with the Navy publicly and privately about the latest Fight 3 destroyer and how critical a role it will play, and now is playing for the surface fleet. And even before we delivered one, the Navy was already playing with DGS. I'm skeptical about transition to yet another new class of ship given the troubles I've laid out already. From my perspective, we have a proven haul for an Arleigh destroyer that is described by CNO after CNO again and again and again as the backbone of the Navy's surface fleet. But I'm even more skeptical. Proposal that's reduction of the destroyer on just one ship. Perhaps the future destroyer proposes a 17 building plan to build just a single new battleship, a class of ship Navy deemed in 1982. Mr. Secretary, you visited Beth Ironworks. You discussed this budget proposal with shipbuilders. You said, quote, we're messing out on DGs. It's a workhorse, and it's a damn good workhorse. You're right about DGs. They are workhorse. Cost efficient, really effective, inferior to our enemies. And I'm wondering why we move on so quickly for a relatively new Flight 3 destroyer that's the gold standard for the state middle and drone defense capabilities. It's proven itself time again, recently in the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and the Taiwan Strait. I understand the Navy wants to feel like it's on missiles, but fluid in the 3 Zalmo ships the Navy has in the fleet that have been refitted with vertical longitude capable of delivering hypersonic missiles at a great payload at over 17,000 miles this year. Perhaps what's most troubling to me is that battleship plan proposed moving at pace that is, I think, extremely dangerous, which is high risk, low reward. To begin construction so quickly, reading right through design, is well documented that expediting design and granted movement construction is the greatest recipe for failure. This represents an unacceptable cost to taxpayers, if it fails and leaves America less secure, or leaving less prepared. I understand the Roosevelt battleship was a bit of a dream child of the recently parted Secretary of the Navy. I'm going to remind everyone here that recent history is littered with failed efforts to replace existing successful programs that remain the best in class worldwide. This isn't the failure of shipbuilders or sailors. It's a failure by these stars and simple lesson. If it ain't broke, won't fix it. Sincere hope is that you, the Navy, and Congress will come to birth on this battleship. Take the time to get it right, whatever it is. And for now, focus on the workhorse you could have done. America cannot afford a reserve fleet without a backbone.
I very much appreciate that perspective and the idea of divesting of an asset that's expensive right now, not just a Navy problem. And we've seen the same on MQ-9 and Apache 10 and stuff that warfighters continue to rely on, which is why divesting Invest, which was sold to the previous administration because of continuing resolutions and insufficient budgets, created a gap. We're not getting rid of the very thing that you need right now, and you don't have available things in the future that you said you would have because the way this department did business, always overcost, always delayed. So there's one destroyer, one class destroyer in this budget because I hate to say, I'm going to say open here, how many years behind we are backlog building the other class destroyers. So the bulk of the money goes in shipbuilding to fix that, ensure nukes is a bit more faster, then can go on additional, either it's this class or the next class.
We're almost over time. I'm claiming to say in my last seconds here, careful with pace, move through design to construction so quick as proposed for this budget.
Jim's time's expired. As announced earlier, we're going to recess until 10 past the hour of 1. We will call this hearing back to order. We now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your service and your continued service to the great country. Mr. Secretary, a few weeks ago, our Command Chief President and Executive Order over research on psychological implications, hovering over veterans' space as well as active members. Could you, I know you're aware of this, and the health and well-being of my service members and veterans very near and dear to my heart. We lose 6,000 veterans a day, a year. I would love to see that figure go to zero. Can you, at a high level, is the Department of War interested in kind of coming in with VA, AHS, NIH, and pushing this research?
First of all, thank you, Congressman, for all the work you've done on this. You're just more passionate advocate for him, and it's great to see you in the Oval Office with your brother, with so many other SEAL tours. This option saved my life, or gave me a new lease on life. I've heard that time and time again on that particular approach that the President has approved through the EO, and I think our department has shown willingness to be flexible look at new options and alternatives. I keep talking to Collins at the VA. The partnership we've had is as deep as any partnership between the Department of War and the VA has ever existed. So real meetings between us as secretaries, but all of our chiefs and down in committees to ensure the flow is consistent. But if there's something that the VA is doing, we should look at that enables our customers to better their job. We're going to entertain. So well, thank you for your advocacy on it. We'll take a look at it.
Thank you, sir. I submit the two issues. One couldn't just out of it. I've had the opportunity to not only travel the country, but the world, visit our troops, either owners or owners, and I have to say, sir, the morale, the well-being, just sheer excitement our service members see and how they're acting today. It kind of takes you back to our generation, if you will. Just to see that forward and when that Tesla Ford kind of goes on. I think it's a correlation to leadership, sir, as well as the president. Can you, from your perspective, I'm assuming you're seeing the same thing. And I think that blue line needed to pop, and our service members are absolutely leading from front. The world has noticed. Tell me I'm not seeing it from my own eyes.
No, you're not, Congressman. I meant that when I said I would encourage every single member of this committee to talk to lieutenants and captains and majors and colonels, sergeants and staff sergeants and sergeant major and specialists who are doing the job right now on the front lines across the country. And they have seen a sea change in the morale, spirit, in the formations. And it isn't some secret sauce. It's don't treat us as a petri dish in your social justice exercise or your social engineering approach. Just let's do our job. Let us get back to basics. Let's train. Let's choose people and elevate people simply on merit and merit alone. That's motivating for people. That's why they join us. Why they do really difficult things like you did. Away from their families for a very long time. They want to defend kids and grandkids, but don't want to have distraction and debris on the side. So when we talk to them, they're so grateful for that. We're just back to the basics of readiness, training, accountability, discipline, war fighting. Commanders, squad leaders, you name it, and those watching across the country, ask folks who have served, who've been in it, how they do it. And they say under President Trump's leadership, fundamentally different. And we don't even talk about the border, which is now secure. And there's the recruiting success, the fitness and combat standard that have been restored, treating everybody at the same level. Sounds like basics, but it all translates into morale. And then morale translates into readiness, it translates into capabilities. And then when you have Commander-in-Chief unleash, it turns into mid-success. And then the world can tell you what the American military is capable of doing. It's not short of leaders like you who didn't previous generations are simply doing it. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And for everyone in the room that's in uniform, God bless you for your service as well as your families. Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that.
Thought you liked
I'm sorry. That's it.
Jill from California States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. Now, as we're speaking, 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Many other San Diegans in uniform have gotten 48-hour deployment notices. So this war in Iran is not theoretical. For me, for my constituents, it's deep personal. As you also know, on Easter Sunday, President Trump threatened to destroy Iran's bridges and power plants, writing, quote, "Open the fucking Strait, you pray best, or you'll be living in hell. Let's watch." And 2 days later, President Trump wrote, "Whole civilization will die tonight, never brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but probably will." My office's phones have been ringing off the hook heard from so many military families concerned about the president's mental fitness and whether he's fit to serve as our commander-in-chief and not handing their loved ones into harm's way. Our troops who have shown incredible bravery and tactical proficiency deserve to know that their leaders are focused and simple. So, Mr. Secretary, you were with the president a lot, and it pains me even to ask this about our president. My constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the president is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
You asked the same question to go by 4 years.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president. Mr. Trump is the president for a year now, so I'm asking you
I wouldn't even engage with level of disparagement. You're putting on commander-in-chief. Indeed, I'm meeting every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president.
Most exciting commander-in-chief we've had in generations. And you might compare it. You might ask the question after you and your fellow Democrats defend Joe Biden, who really speak in the way of the week was. Auto pen. Secretary of Defense went AWOL for a week. I guess for 10 days.
I will take my time.
Ladies, delay time.
So, Mr. Hernandez said we should take leaders at their word. So, is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the ability to Trump, the United States military, achieve our mission.
Okay, well, I want to know this is not a hard thing. And many Republicans have the same question. Mark Hillary said he's out of control and he's on insane. Candace Owens said the 7th Amendment be vote. Megan Lee, Tucker Carlson used to work with Alex Jones. Stephanie Grisham list could go on. So how would I explain to my constituents that while they're in our way, their commander-in-chief is posting the unhinged posts?
How do you explain your constituent what happened in October? What happened in Afghanistan? Or what happened with the Buckler withdrawal in Afghanistan? How do you explain this? How do you explain that dream that we get medals? We restored medals. Did you explain that to constituents? Joe I was asleep the will. Okay,
Mr. Secretary, how is that post? How can I explain this post to my constituents? I'm doing so. This is really bothering me. But my understanding is that it's quite offensive to me Christians. So how do you explain the post?
to explain, we have an incredible commander in chief.
Okay.
With our troops, first time you hear a budget hearing about our troops.
This is about our troops.
President Trump is doing that in world-class fashion.
This is about our troops.
100 times, Secretary.
This is about our troops. This is about who is commanding our troops. And if our troops can trust that they are being sent into harm's way under the strategy, the mental stability of our commander in chief is deeply important to our troops. It's deeply important to this country. It is
It wasn't
our
important during
troops'
Joe
lives
Biden.
at stake. I remind you that when there were concerns, Democrats came together and he was not our nominee for president. So I encourage you to have the same courage that Democrats had. Mr. Secretary, you keep saying that he is the best commander in chief we've ever had, the best.
To the troops.
13 American troops have died. More than 380 have been wounded. The Strait of Hormuz, which was wide open, is now closed. Less than 90% traffic through the strait is still not going despite the ceasefire. The Iranian regime is still in power. It still has nuclear material. Wars cost Americans billions of dollars. And Mr. Secretary, if you think that this is what winning looks like, then maybe we'd be questioning your mental stability. Maybe you are the one responsible for this failure, and the president should think about replacing you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Virginia McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being with us. I had the privilege of representing Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, so Hampton Roads, home to a lot of great Coast Navy. And I had the privilege of attending the BF-106 Chain Command on Friday, which is our four-person squadron for the aging of 18. But what an awesome event. And to the Navy leadership that was there to listen to them say firsthand just about the morale of squadrons that are currently deployed on the USS Ford, specifically to leadership. A lot of our children serve. It's family business for those Navy aviation. They're the morale's amazing. These guys are doing it for the spirit mission where I live to retire at 15 for the husband who also begging to find a way to get back in the cockpit because he's jealous of what he sees. So just that type of mentality. Thank you for that. I know they're doing it and keeping engaged is an important part of the fight. Along the same lines about naval aviation, I would love to hear, Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about the future of naval aviation. I know that this is such a hearing, so last year's budget we had $900 million that we were looking forward to using the FAX program, and the fiscal 27 request reduced $140 million, and keeping tabs on Air Force $5 billion for their F-47 program. So we love aircraft carriers, we love mobile series or peace. What are your plans for the future of naval aviation? I take scream every day of the week here in this committee of the F-5, sending them our eco-matter jet base and FAX is our next generation striker, but just love your plans and timelines for the future of naval aviation.
Appreciate your comment, and I have to further German too on it on the range utility of the F-18s, which are still flying critical missions right now off our carrier and doing a fast job. The issue of yes, correct. Which by the issue of FAX is important. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's a matter of trade-offs, industry, and design and capabilities, and sure, slowing up things down passive others. So I think in August time frame, I'm sure for that look at look at, it's a critical capability that we define the future of naval aviation.
Sure, I think you covered it. We don't need excess spacing at overflight off of the CSG and CVN, and so it gives the Secretary and the President a lot of options. So and I just want to echo the thanks for the Joint Force, on behalf of the Joint Force, for all 3 CSGs that are out there getting after it right now. I should share your husband's jealousy, but I just want the force to know how much we appreciate him, especially the force.
Thank you, Mr. General. And Mr. Secretary, again, representing a big Navy district and having just a concern for the Navy, did you shed any light on why the Secretary of the Navy was relieved and what the timeline to replace him looks like for permanent leadership? I think that's one of the reasons why we struggle with even I think the basing decisions and naval aviation, and that's I wish to talk more about just contributions to our aviators. So did you shed any light on that issue?
Well, the President stated, thank the previous Secretary for his service. I appreciate a lot of the initiatives that he took. Ultimately, it was time for a new leadership and a direction as far as running fast toward those decisions that we made. We think it's hard to personnel is policy, and the sooner you identify, especially general officers, as you're evaluating whether bring with a should be given, you can make change if they're not. The same with civilians, and in this case, we made the change.
Any timeline to replace or have new Secretary?
Right now, we're enacting Hung Mao, who was a fantastic job as the number 2 and be acting for now, and I imagine we'll know what you do.
Thank you. And the General Kano, you're a VMI graduate, and I know that you're watching the hardened attacks that have been going on some Virginia military academies, specifically in Virginia. And I was wondering if you had any thought or have had any discussions about how we can remove some Virginia military academies from these partisan state politics. I think you're aware of further discussion. We had 107 Army RTCFs, so we mentioned that school specifically, but we've seen pushes to shut down, defund, place their board of visitors. Any thoughts on how we can be more protective of those schools?
Well, man, you sort of started warming the land on the importance of staying politics as the chairman and not unintentionally or inadvertently step into a political matter where I did not. As the Secretary said, people are policy, and policies are things that we don't do in the Joint Force. I appreciate all of the commissioning sources that are out there.
General, time expired. Here, number 9 is going to be from Washington, Strickland.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and members, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. This committee is being asked to consider a $1.5 trillion DoD budget request that funds only weapons and system program, the people, leadership, readiness, and trust required to make them effective. When senior leaders are removed abruptly or merit-based promotions are disrupted without clear explanation, Congress does have a responsibility to understand the rationale of consequences. So I'm going to focus on Secretary Hegseth. And to start, no one is disputing that senior officers serve at the pleasure of civilian leadership. The issue in front of this is whether the decision to remove General Randy George strengthen the Army or create an avoidable disruption during active operational period. General George, who also served as commanding general at 1st Corps, Bay Bell, has been serving for 4 decades, including multiple command and operational leadership roles, culminating as chief of staff of the Army, responsible for readiness, force modernization, and the welfare of over 1 million soldiers and civilians. He was moved in the middle of active conflict involving U.S. operations against Iran. Leadership continuity is most critical. The reporting indicates that General George's removal may have followed disagreements over Army personnel matters, including concerns regarding withheld promotions. My question, Secretary, is this: what's the national security risk, mission risk, leadership concern General George present that justified removing him in the middle of a conflict, or was he removed because he challenged the citizens being made?
As I stated earlier, I respect to these officers that the nature of the removal. I would ask, in this question to you, where's General George fall in the operational chain of command?
So I'm asking you, why did you fire him?
No, but
What's
you
your
talked about
Please
Operation
answer my
Rome.
question.
Where did
Please
George
answer
fall
my
in?
question.
What's the question
General
around the House of
Schmidt,
Security?
leadership concern. What did he present that justified removing him in the laundry?
No, where General George served in the operational chain of command.
So I'm asking my question one more time, sir. Don't try to flip it on me. Why was he removed? Was he national security risk, mission risk, or leadership concern? Yes or no?
We don't talk about the
have to
rules,
answer the
but
question.
you also want to
So
answer
be
his
clear.
operational chain of
You
command.
vote on his-
He is in operational chain of
General Lady,
command.
reclaim your time.
I want to fight the war, but you don't know where he is in the chain of command.
It's General Lady Washington's time.
Under W 1320.4, the Secretary of Defense may withhold or disapprove forwarding nomination after service recommendations in limited circumstances, including newly identified adverse information, pending investigations, portable information, and questions regarding mental, physical, moral, professional qualification, incomplete or incompliant nomination papers, certifications, or the need for additional clarification from the military department. Several colonels were reportedly elected for brigadier general were moved or withheld after board election service certification. Which of these specific grounds apply to each withheld officer, and what objective evidence with these decisions?
It's just one of many board processes where we will perform similar reviews, and I anticipate other officers will be removed also.
Okay, what were the grounds for those?
And we don't talk about out of respect for those officers. We don't talk about the nature of that. All serve pleasure president. Solving for institution that needs to be based on merit and professional execution. And there's been a lot of gender and demographic engineering that's been going on for reasons other than the focus of exactly what we'd be doing on battlefield. So it's
I did not read gender.
implied every statement that everybody makes.
I
So
did not- I
ultimately,
did
as
not-
review all these boards, it has nothing to do with anything other than their performance on the battlefield, their performance in career.
And these people are thoroughly vetted, thoroughly researched. And I guess my question is this about loyalty Trump? Is it about what's position?
I understand what you're implying, but it's about the Constitution and our military ability to execute. I want to make sure the president has the finest officers across the force prepared to deliver.
So this committee funds weapons, readiness, recruiting, professional development, and leadership pipelines. But no amount of money can compensate for force that may lose trust in the fairness of advancement. This fairness, we believe merit. We have always had a merit-based system. That's not the argument.
No, we have not. Under the Biden administration, it became total engineering, not right, and fixing it.
It did not. It did not. And when we consider this budget request, we must ensure taxpayer dollars are backed by sound federal leadership, a personnel system worthy of those who serve. I yield back, Mr.
Now, you back. You're not going to from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here today. I'm sorry I was late. I was on the floor of the House of Representatives with Vice Rule, but and I did not hear the majority of this morning. But Secretary Hagan, I respect you. I did want you to know I did agree with the firing General George. I sent you a letter. I look forward to seeing the response on that. And I mean, it takes 280 votes to get something across the House of Representatives, and with NDAA and with budget plus and everything else, we're going to lose some votes. I mean, we're going to have. I mean, we're going to lose more votes. And we're going to have them to do the things we have to do to fund the Department of Defense. And just, I would encourage everybody to keep that in mind because we're going to lose some Republican votes on the plus side. General Kane, the Joint Staff plays a unique role in our strategic direction. The integrated services is what gives us a clear joint force. I've seen repute and therefore in the Army led to the elimination of justice that we needed. His department's made an attempt to right size various components. Could you talk about the importance of the Joint Staff and value to the Joint Force?
Yeah, sure, and I'm incredibly proud of the Joint Staff. You know, our job is to integrate options, to deliver those options to our National Command Authority, work with all the services. And the one area of activity we have pursuant to the 2017 NDAAs as a global integrator, and our J2, J3, J5, J17, J8 all do a fantastic job along with the 1 and 6 every day to really bring the totality of American combat capability together into a range of options and risks that we can bring to the Secretary and the President. So they are extraordinary in everything they do, and I appreciate the chance to back on them a little bit.
Like I have watched as the Air Force was paying for a system that was predominantly used by the Army in the past. I'm talking about HR, specifically the ground movement coordinator the Army used to overcome the Air Force budget. And then I think that dispute led to the stand down of this before the system was ready to go. And it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing. Spent a fair amount of time in Africa from this committee's work and from HIST's work. With all areas 101 and 201, I'll view that what happened there. Blame that on the State Department and the way the State Department handled that. How do you intend to handle? One is, are we looking at Nigeria and the potential to get 101 and 201 back? And do believe that an apology would go a long way with the country. Someone who's met with the ministers are there. Angela, enough Mr. 201 tractors, John Deere tractors is what we asked for. But where will we base out if we can't get Nigeria back? And are we looking at getting 1-1-2-1 back?
Yes, sir. We all in backers. So I echo his thoughts there. You know, I know General Anderson is doing a lot of work right now, leaning forward, doing a fantastic job along with his Deputy Commander, John Bryan. I'm looking at the total requirement across the western flank for access spacing and overfight. 1-1 and 2-1 are one of many things that they're considering. I think the key is what are they going to be able to do with the resources that they have in a resource-constrained environment, Congressman, to put sufficient pressure on the CDF there in order to hold them at bay.
Well, the middle relationships are so good.
Yes, sir.
I've been out with the OD team over there as a civilian, as a member of Congress.
Yes, sir.
It does bother me that our footprint's gotten so much all over there, but I do know that nothing much more to go have as outposts. But I appreciate all of you being here. Sorry I've not been.
No, sir, appreciate the other work.
Jim goes back. Chair, recognizing from New York, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head wounds, heavy bleeding, and then just shrapnel all over. Folks bleeding their abdomen, bleeding from arms, bleeding from legs. Secretary Hexeth used that.
That's right.
It was one of our soldiers describing the devastating Iranian drone strike at Port Shuaibah, March 1st in Kuwait. As you know, 6 of our soldiers killed, over 30 wounded. Secretary, do you know the range of the Shed 1B6 one-way background, approximately?
It depends on variant, but it's got
Several hundred miles. You know how far per Shed is on Iran?
there's a reason why we took
It's
extreme
I'm
measures
gonna
of
reclaim
action because we
my
have
time.
proximity challenges.
Mr. Chairman, reclaim my time. It's well over 100 miles. Before the war started, there was clear evidence. The trade was high on Iran's target list. Internal analysis that says sites indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. Yet you sent our soldiers from 103rd Sustainment Command there anyway. True or false? True or false? Straight or what?
Are you going to give me an answer or just play out?
Did you send them there or not?
We took practical
I'll
measures
take that
on the
as yes,
team to ensure
reclaim my
force
time.
and defensive
Now,
measures were maximized across the theater.
let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever human possible, force protection for UAS
They
was
did
always
not.
made available.
They did not. In fact, as described the base of defense, one survivor who's come over from the unit said, quote, I would put it in a none category. From a drone defense capability, none. So let's be clear, no counter-drone capabilities, no counter-rocket systems, no counter-mortar or counter-artillery, not even the basic overhead protection that you and I had 20 years ago in Iraq. And now, 6 of our soldiers are dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a quarter that's through fortified defense. But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have come forward to set the record straight. One of our survived soldiers told UBS, quote, painting a picture that once we grew is a falsehood. Another said the unit was, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position. Another survivor said the building's protection was about as weak as one gets. Secretary Hegda, that is obviously a direct contradiction to what you said at the Pentagon podium the next day. Are you saying that our soldiers survived this horrific attack are lying?
What I'm saying is, for the management of conflict, we put in maximum defensive posture. We moved 70. This direct. Can I speak, or just got a monologue falsehoods all over the place?
It's not a falsehood.
We moved 7,500 troops off the intel.
Stop. You're claiming my time.
Because you yell
Are you
doesn't make
calling?
right. Just because you yell doesn't make right.
Claiming my time about these survivors. You just said they said it's a falsehood.
There's a much larger picture at play here, including integrated air defenses, bunkers, moving people off the act to ensure that they were not part of the target. We moved those troops and all across the theater, thousands of troops off the act, off of their bases, because we knew what Iran was going to strike. We knew that it was a tragic moment. It would be a tragic moment which they went through. Of course, that's the consequence. And we remember this every single day. Don't play games with.
I'm not playing games. I want to finish one more quote from a survivor of the attack. It's on the record. Telling the truth is important, and we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Secretary said those soldiers told the truth. Those soldiers are braver than you are. They are asking for accountability. They deserve accountability. I'm asking for the same, starting with you. And as I said a year ago, you resign immediately. I yield back.
Yield back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you something. You focused on military once again, and finally you shaded the meritocracy, and you dramatically increased the United States' ability to check power, and when you did, lethality. And I mean, and as a result, our deterrents have ever been more evident the world over. So thank you. Okay, you mentioned in your opening remarks, fortunately, some of your immediate predecessors were clearly one type of general, Democratic generals. One of them, even this committee, used politically charged rhetoric of the left. Now, I don't want Democratic generals, and for that matter, I don't want Republican generals either. I want American generals. You, sir, are an American general. You know exactly what we need. Generals that Joint Chief Staff that knows and understands and embodies your role. Serve this republic, the truth, and mission. And this is precisely what you were doing on A, because you do remind me of George C. Marshall. He was a good American, and so were you. Secretary Hegda, what do you any state that ever in which you need a 60% that didn't make a clear weapon?
First of all, to second your comments about the chair, and I agree. I appreciate how he does his job. Usually, when a country pursues at that level, it's pursuing a nuclear weapon.
100% that have reached 60% and which have then produced a nuclear weapon. And is it true that are in the process of building such a swarm of UAVs and ballistic missile shield conventionally, once they wanted to take it because they had all the ingredients to make a nuclear weapon, it would be impossible for anyone else to prevent them?
At that point, the president was wise enough to understand at a wisdom moment following the 12-day war at Midnight Hammer. Now is time to degrade their conventional capabilities, the umbrella they were building of missiles, long-range, short-range, cruise missiles, one-way technologies. They were going to use the countries around them to not do anything about their nuclear program when they wrote out from 60%. We know that we knew it to their attention, and something had to be done about it, and President Trump had the courage to do it.
Well, President Trump, there's been a lot of quotes that people have been mentioning his words, and I want to mention some that were interesting. Here's a quote. I will take no options off the table to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, Barack Obama. Iran will never get a nuclear weapon, Joe Biden. I will never hesitate to take whatever action necessary, and I will never allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. All options are on the table, Obama first. And this one, we would totally obliterate Iran. That's a terrible thing to say. Those people who run Iran understand that. Hillary Clinton, 2008. So it seems to me, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump had something coming. They weren't going to allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. And some of them, 4 of them, well, one of them took action. There's 93 million people involved in the war in Asia. I get it. It's complicated. 93 million people. It's larger than Iraq. 8% of their country hates their guts. This is a regime that murdered 40,000 of them, gunned down in the streets, responsible for over 600 American deaths. How long was World War II? You have any days? I would hear in days exactly.
They had multiplied by 365.
Yeah. It's 1347 days. Korea with 1,129. And our involvement in World War I, which is really quick, was 585. How long have we been involved in Iran?
Just shy of 60 days.
60 days, 2 months. And what is the degradation there to you right now, Secretary?
Their conventional Navy is destroyed. They had drone aircraft carriers, they had none. They had 11 submarines, they had none. They had different class, they had none. They have small boats at this point, Coast Guard type vessels. Their conventional Navy is gone.
Air Force?
Likewise, functionally destroyed.
Command control?
It's hard for them. The reason why it's a challenge in communicating around a deal is because their command control is fundamentally broken. So who's in control and how they communicate?
we could make very good arguments that the serious nature of any action in a country like Iran is there are good things to consider before doing it. There are also very good reasons to do it. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, Republican Congress, we're here now. This evil regime, we fundamentally reshape not only the region, but the world, the largest exporter of terror and ballistic missile technologies. We need women to win. Secretary Kane, win. Are you back?
Gentleman yields back here, and I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lucy.
Thanks, Chairman. We have just heard pretty powerful report, received, Ms. Ryan, from many of our wounded troops who were injured in the attack in Kuwait. Sorry, you heard a direct quote from them via CBS report. They were willing to talk to press. Things like they were unprepared for providing defense from those in the unit. Things like we were moved closer to Iran to a deep and safe area that was no target. Your spokesperson, Shem Parnell, responded to that reporting, said it was not true. You agree with that? He's calling you guys liars?
I'm not calling arch liars, and I don't know if what you're representing is correct or not. I'll take your word on that. But all I know is we took every effort possible at the commencement of this campaign to ensure defense of our troops, to include moving them off of known bases to places that were not known and had intelligence that were not known, and those were fortified with bunkers, other fortifications, theater and defense. It was our concern. Absolutely. You're not disparaging me that I don't care.
I'm asking you what you think liars are.
You
That's what I asked.
are disparaging me that I don't care about the past of our troops.
Nope, asking thought they're liars.
That's disparaging me in every way. Nobody cares about the of our troops. Nobody cares about the health of our troops. Nobody wants to bring all hope.
Secretary, I understand, but he controls the time. He controls the time. You control your answer. And gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary, my question was clear. Whether you thought they were lies or not. Don't seem to answer it. We move on. The other part of what your spokesman said, and you just reiterated, was that I'm going to spokesman. Every possible measure has been taken to safeguard troops and vote. You're to tell us, unless I'll give you a chance to clarify. There's a single additional thing could have done to protect the troops who are not wounded, 6 of whom are dead.
I'm telling you, as a department, we did every conceivable thing at my level and every echelon down to ensure the maximum force protection for our troops. We live in a dangerous world, dangerous against a determined enemy can't have a nuclear weapon. That requires sacrifice, risk. And tragically, in this case, it meant 6 Americans lost their lives and others were wounded. And we all know that. That's part of the cost. But it does not mean we didn't care. It doesn't mean we didn't care. It doesn't mean we didn't do everything possible we did.
But that's clear what was done. There was seawall there, essentially. There was no overhead protection, no threat in that environment. I think we all here understand it is over drone strike. There was no protection for a drone strike. I'm struggling to understand how your spokesman's answer is that every possible measure was taken. We can move on. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask something on a different topic. Folks at home know you're a senior military officer in our service. They may not have as much understanding of your role in chain of command. You're outside the operational chain of command. You are the president and the secretary, senior military advisor. I want to ask a very basic thing. What you would expect our command in the field, our troops to do, should the enemy lay down the weapons and try to surrender? What would you expect commanders in the field to do?
So I think I'll go back to something I said earlier with deep respect for your question, but I think you're trying to take me to a partisan place here, and I can't let you do that.
I've always asked for
not going
to be a part of this.
I know that our officers and enlisted service members always follow lawful orders. There's a checklist for them to do that, and I just I will say in
There's the general. Second, let me give you a chance. You asked us earlier. You said it at your press conference. Essentially, I'll quote you here: "No border, no mercy for enemies." That's the end of the quote. Is your guidance that you expect our troops in our way if there's a foreign enemy surrendering, laying down their arms, they're supposed to provide no border to kill them?
You denied it, but we're indeed trying to take chairman to a partisan place. That was Joe Milley. That was previous administration with politics. We don't play.
It's a simple question. I'm asking you.
And ensure the rules of the game are such that our troops have every authority possible.
I'll give you a chance. Are you saying that? Are you trying to tell commander that's what you expect? You're the chain command. It's a simple question.
That my commanders know exactly what the guidance is. The definition, and they know every
Secretary,
tool.
I think you see anything that is dangerous thing. We all know the expectations. We know the law of war. We know what is lawful. I expect our commanders understand that as well.
Gentleman, you back. Gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for your continued attention to Guam. Really appreciate it, and I'll lead the word partner here, and I'd like to be my colleagues that one of your first official trips as Secretary was to visit Guam, and during your commission here, identified the island as America's most strategic location globally, and this commitment doesn't go unnoticed here. So I thank the Secretary for that. And as we continue our build up for the defense of our nation, Guam, and the people of Guam, as we have many active duty personnel, we also have a Department of War civilian personnel too. And right now, one of our most consistent questions from constituents have been asking us when would the living quarter allowance authorization for War Department civilians in Guam would be implemented. And recently, the office confirmed that the items should be published early May. We work to keep that timeline. We work to ensure the living quarter allowance will properly incentivize local hires to Guam.
Well, that we say we need to stick with this, and I think it reiterates that. The amount we're paying on paid housing for quality living, especially unique locations, is usually mismatched. It causes staffing and workforce problems that we need to address in tailored nature to some of those unique locations like Guam, like Hawaii, and others in Europe. So yes, we're committed to that. And I was just in our budget, we've got almost $1 billion for Guam defense system. Also, we're investing in ensuring that critical location you described is part of the umbrella.
Excellent, sir. Thank you. Another long-standing request I have from the War Department has been the increased support for Guam power grid. As you know, we all the one island approach there and working together. Our water, our power, our port, our airport, our hospital is all in support. Working together with the military. But one of the important ones for us is Guam's power grid. And most Guams are owned by the department. This leads to Guam Power Authority. As the military demands upon power grid increases, do you see either O&M fund or military construction funds being the best path for the department to support Guam's power grid needs?
Well, we've been put first and foremost we have to out. But as you know, we've got $450 million for small modular reactors, which is a new approach we're taking. We think need to make our bases more resilient. There's one place America can count on being able to be prepared in that moment in spaces where they are, where they're still coming, and these reactors are getting at it. So that would be part of what your question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. Also, the Guam Power Authority is the only one in charge of the transmission line. So where the source, there was some consideration of some new reactors as well. The Power Authority will be one transmission for the transmission lines for all the power on the island. So looking forward to working with your office. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Another big concern for the people of Guam has the cost of housing, which often driven up a large number of Serbian living on base in Guam. I've been impressed by the recent efforts by joint regional area on us to reduce the reliance on existing housing stock in both north and south of Guam. Can you tell us how the Department of Housing strategy in Guam will work to keep home affordable to locals and if increased private sector involvement would help address my constituent concerns?
Well, about $4.5 billion family housing in the FY27 budget is something we recognize as a challenge, and places like that need change. It's also been a bureaucratic construction process, which has been a huge impediment. You can imagine President Trump has demanded that we do something different, and a different process to deliver those things in a less bureaucratic fashion, and we look forward to doing those.
Mr. M. We'd have one discussion we first met on Guam regarding the Medal of Honor possible recipients that are deserving of this. Guam has never had any Medal of Honor recipients, and there's three names that we
Dennis time's expired.
Thank you.
I'd like to point out that once I recognize the members, they have trouble with 5 minutes. If they want to give a speech, they can give a speech. If they want to ask questions, they can ask questions. But if you ask a question, I would hope you give witness a chance to answer. But if you choose not to, then the witness recognize their time, better all go back to them. I want to respect each other, be able to make sure we maximize the use of time. But everybody has to understand this is the members' time. It's once I read it.
Yeah, I just want to second that. Yeah, it's much time. I do hope members, you do ask a question. Got it all for more than 2 words. Yes, fill out or don't answer the question for free or up. But I hope we can keep the respectfulness for us and for witnesses for watching.
Thanks, Chairman. With that, we will recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Duda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On February 2nd, President Trump said we should take over voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans want to nationalize voting, despite the constitutional primary responsibility for elections of the states. Federal law also draws very clear limits under 18 U.S. Code Section 592. Military officers are prohibited from deploying troops or personnel to polling places unless necessary to repel armed enemies of the United States. That is the exception. Not politics, not suspicion, not conspiracy theories, armed enemies. Secretary Head says, you think American voters are enemies of the United States? Simple yes and no suffice.
I think legal voter, they use legal vote, yes.
American voters are not enemies of the United States. Yes. You're agreeing with me.
I think America's legal citizens should vote, yes.
How many armed enemies of the United States attempted to interfere in the last election? Can you recall a time when armed enemies of the United States attempted to interfere in the last election or the 2020 election?
We just had King event here a while ago.
Well, 250 years ago. Okay, very good. All right. Well, Secretary said that President Trump ordered you to deploy troops to polling places during midterm elections this fall would violate the law I just cited. Would you implement his order? Yes or no?
What you're trying to insinuate is that it doesn't give unlawful orders and would somehow deploy troops as a result of the evidence of our department is that we worked alongside law enforcement very effectively for 15 months. Law states would have been a farfetched had we not come across.
I understand that, but this is not a federal situation. I'm referring on your president in January of this year to the New York Times. You granted not ordering the National Guard to seize voting machines in key states after the 2020 election. Last I heard from you, the last time we had any kind of armed enemies at any type of vote place was 250 years ago, talking 2020. So if the president, and I'm asking you, orders your break election law, violate the Constitution and the law, would you follow the order of the president? Yes or no?
President, you'd like to insinuate that the president issued
it's a simple question. Who would follow the president or the Constitution?
No, the 2024 troops were deployed. Joe Biden, we're deploying locations in 15 states. 2024, Joe Biden, troops deployed polling locations in 15 states. Explain one to me.
I'm asking you a question now. You seem to really like Joe Biden. You brought his name up more than many other topics today. Answer the question. Who are you beholden to, Mr. Secretary, the president of the Constitution?
Very proud to serve the
president.
Very proud to serve the
Constitution. Put it in study, so I think our answer is very clear. Obviously, you've taken a low vote to the president and not people of this country. Let's move on now. Let's talk about AI. The Marvin Smart System appears to be the program on record used in Iran to targeting what we know about 2,000
It's called the Marvin system, not a Marvin system.
Thank you so much for the correction. It does in a fraction of time. The intent was to kill Jane, and the result of an attack that killed almost 200 children. Would you agree that tragic actions like this prove that what trade time and humans for safety, people die?
Marvin system is a very effective tool. Inside that, we have very prescriptive processes by which we ensure as much precision as humanly possible in very complex.
So you think we took every absolute effort to make sure that innocent civilians did not die in this app?
I know that there is no country on planet Earth that takes more measures to ensure that civilian harm, civilian casualties are minimized in the United States of America and this War Department, and that is a fact.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, you eliminate the Department of Civilian Harm reduction stuff. You eliminate for a country that does take great efforts to make sure human casualties are reduced or eliminated. Don't you think that goes counter what you just said? Would the children still alive if you had not eliminated all of the staff working with SETCOM?
We didn't eliminate them. We made sure those things that they normally accomplish are at the field level are. All these processes are placed every
something where it has built, whether it's implementation of AI, whether it's understanding our human dependence on AI, which is something else because almost 200 children died in Iran as a result of our bombing.
You're insinuating something where an investigation is not complete.
Jelly time. She now reckons as General George Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, I'm happy to have you here today and really excited about the things you've been able to accomplish. I'm going to summarize this for a finish, listening to everybody besides what we've done. I'm going to break down as best I can, then I'm going to let you answer questions for all. Just in a short period of time that the Trump administration has taken over, we've handed over control of Ukraine's destiny to Europe, belongs a conglomerate that has $8 trillion economy, a $2 trillion Russian economy, to actually take care of their own country in a very good way, their own continent. We kept Iran, who is really about rain down fire from heaven, about it being a great Satan, from becoming a nuclear power. We've reshaped the political space in the Persian Gulf. We've established a road doctrine in the Western Hemisphere. We've basically executed two of the most amazing raids in history, over quality, that we studied for a generation at least. We reduced senior administrative bills, thank you. We defeated Iran with under $30 billion spent, with minimal civilian casualties compared to any other war. People forget that World War II and why we lost 100,000 civilians, totally innocent, and 5% before we dropped 3 bombs. War is a horrible thing, but I think we've executed it as best as possible in a very hard and consequential life. That's just something, not to mention recruiting went from dismal and really something that could equip the military to now a surplus, just by a change in administration. That's been impressive for a short period of time. Thank you. I commend you for your hardship, overcome those hardships. A couple things that I wanted to get through. One thing we talked about in supply chain, something I wanted to apply to all bureaucracy, but when I was in the military, as an operational officer and a logistics officer in my squadron and my job places, we got to the fiscal year. If it happens, we lose it, we get budget shrink. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that in every bureaucracy in America. One of the things I come up with is at the end of the fiscal year, if you don't have any, 50% budget for emergencies like we're raising right now, you don't spend, instead of spending it, you actually have it. 49% was over this year. 49% goes back to deficit, percent to reward people for being good administrators of the money. This is the way that we reinvent from the way we spend money. And I thought I wanted your opinion on something like that. I was thinking outside the box because seeing based on we're trying to address that. This should be bipartisan, bicameral approach to actually doing something right. And expand the budget, but also give us no room for putting money back and being stewards of people's money. What do you think about an idea like that?
I very much like an idea like that. It creates all the right kinds of incentives. I would just add, in addition to that, which is the thing our party would support, the deals that we're cutting with these private sector companies on munitions, ensure they build plants, they build the assembly line, which is exactly the right kind of incentive. If you bet on facilities, you're going to make sure you get money on those facilities and make sure that you produce. There's ownership in that stake, the right incentive, that you overturn the entire way that the department does this business. So I agree with that. Appointing a defense contractor as the president, you need to do your business differently. This is not a great training of the government. You need to be your goal to us, actually. I think we're the spirit of that's using to do with the department.
I think right in line with what you're talking about, more like business, where we have accountability and we have we do have a lot of programs we need to update. One of the things you talked about is a 5 to 7 year period of time of updating. I think year by year now, we have to look at how we budget things and contract because the technologies are so dramatic, as General Kane pointed out. I know we're out of time really quick, but I want to also read the fact that you also buy down University of North Georgia, one of the elite schools, looking for PM. Appreciate you guys being here today. God bless you and God bless military service members.
Sure, I gotta say this guy really left Georgia University of North Georgia graduate. He doesn't want me to tell you that, but he is.
The president would be very happy. President of the university, President would be very happy to hear that. From North Carolina, Mr.
Thank you, Sir. Also, thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. King, and Mr. Hurst, South Winterville. 13 U.S. service members go, 13 families, covered things. 13 heroes with uniform on petty sacrifice. Go, remembrance those families. Just want you to know with you, some with you, will never forget. Their Gold Star families who are here today, sitting in the room, here to honor and remember flags. Remember the sacrifice. And when we do so, we can't fully capture it. People 30 to 15 try to pause the rescue because we live by so promise we do not leave anyone behind. The same spirit must be extended to those who are killed in action. That's why we rise again today and raise the question of importance of passing HR 13 to honor and remember flag recognition. Mr. Secretary, I raised this with you before, and actually I come today to thank you for the response from the office and act engaging with us in this. I rise again today bring this up because we must never lose sight of the true cost of war. As we commemorate 250 years in this country, diverse hall for independence, Halifax County delegates move forward with sufficient action monetary. Our service members are the reason we are here today. They delivered freedom. I believe it would be amazing if we could deliver for the families, those who sacrificed this flag, something to help them ideally by Memorial Day, or at least commemorate the families. I was simply asked, do you have any thoughts for where we continue to lift and honor those who have been killed so many?
Thank you for what you on that topic. I think first and foremost, you're doing right by the legacy of those we lose, whether it's those working for this conflict or other conflict. I've been over every single time as the chairman, as the president, vice president, when they tend to keep that and respect on that. Our department has the first ever Gold Star Task Force, where we've got Gold Star advocate in our front office working these issues on a daily basis, which is why it doesn't surprise that we quickly got back to you. These are passion. These are deep in our DNA, things that we care about, how we treat a family who's given everything in that moment, not just at over, but every step of that process.
Mr. Secretary, thank you, Joe, for time here. Sir, where I've been to the report, so thank you there. I want to shift to Army Cadet Command. That's the RTC Parents Rounds Optimization Plan, more kind of simple, universal in particular. There are real access and logistical challenges that before the cadet and about building the next generation of leaders. I was asked to think about how we're putting barriers in front of some, and I would just ask you quickly if you could please take a closer look at the impact on the cadets. I want to shift to another topic, realism, the last one here. As I run short, your memo, the non-issue personal protection, Army Department of War property. My son is at Fort Benning right now, infantry, training ability. He wants to be up in Bravo. And I shared the memo with him, and he shared it with his battle buddies to see their response. And he's definitely taking a minute to an advocate, and they're really interested in this. My question is simple. How do you plan to provide any guidance on the nights, and how do you plan to track them?
That was the intent, is to make sure those men and women out there feel like they have their men rights even when they're on post. And the burden proof is on the man to why they would deny, as opposed to the burden of proof on why they should allow. So the presumption is the same rights they would have outside the giveaways they have inside for protection purposes. Our bases shouldn't be gun-free zones for the Army and the MDs. So the burden proof is going to pay very
my last 15 seconds, Ken. Thank you again for the conversation. For any final thoughts in terms of any reservations, how we're dealing with munitions in terms of some of the munitions.
Just time's expired. Gentleman from Louisiana, Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, General Kane, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here today. Mr. Secretary, you stated in your opening statement
that one of the foundational endeavors that you embrace is that yours forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. I think it could be more accurately described. The spirit that you gentlemen are delivering within the Department of War, the men and women that you serve, is notable for an American like me, Army veteran, 65 years old. I don't believe in my lifetime I witnessed this level of rebirth and hardcore focus that I'm witnessing out of the Pentagon right now. And I just commend you for driving that. And please know you have a great deal of support, not just in this body and on the committee, but across the country. Regular Americans that have served or families that have served can know. General, you said, you opened a statement that called upon. We will not wars around the world. Those are your words. And I'm going to make certain through this committee that you have the support, the equipment, and the funding that you need if called upon win wars across the world. We expect a lot out of you, gentlemen. We expect you to liberate and secure the entire Western Hemisphere on college across the aisle. Stating that in a negative way, we flip it positive. We absolutely do expect you to liberate and secure the entire Western Hemisphere. We expect you to drive Iran to its knees and free the world of the Iranian terror threat. We expect you to leverage NATO into an indomitable force. We expect you to set China back on the seas worldwide. We expect you to drive peace and stability through the project of military power. We expect you to secure transit of affordable, transportable American energy products as an indisputable cornerstone of economic prosperity for every allied nation. That's a lot of expectations. And what you gentlemen have laid out today, as you answered questions, solid. You've made it clear that that's the path we're on. Now, unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues have made it clear that they have to careful study and thorough research of world history have come to the conclusion that soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines are far safer if they're never deployed in the conflict. You made it very clear they take your business seriously. We support you. I certainly do. Mr. Secretary, in consultation with your staff, reflective of your goals and your mission and your stated intentions, in consultation with your staff and personnel and readiness, our proposed legislation codified guides, combat fit standards must be rigorous with no separate scoring scale, adjusted standard or accommodations, but there be only a single uncompromising standard, not to exclude any American from any opportunity, but to ensure we have the best, most capable Americans in the most critical positions. Would you work us by making guidance in law and NDA?
I would welcome Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for clarifying that. Question about Iran, I'll give you the final 30 seconds to answer. Does Iran move precipitously towards nuclear weapons capability, Mr. Secretary?
Even after the obliteration of Mandate Hammer, it was clear that the intention of Iran remained in pursuit of nuclear weapons. And after, as hard as they were hit, Israel created an opportunity to bring conventional sheep. That's why we talk about missile production and Navy and the defense industrial base to set them back and blackmail the region and world in pursuit of nuclear weapons because we understood how much they continue to pursue.
Roger that. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, you.
Just because I'm here to represent from California, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and the ranking member for being here today for this hearing. Very important to the nation. I want to thank our witnesses for all being here today. Mr. Secretary, the President made an announcement that this day activated National Guard without risking active duty pay for veterans. I believe you made similar remarks as well. I'm happy to see that announcement because it brought much needed attention to this disparity. Whether you agree with Mr. or not, when guardmen are called up for active duty, they really have no choice in the matter for homeland missions. Often they are receiving kids to pay benefits depending on their status. This issue has persisted for decades. This is why earlier this year, Rep. Burton and I introduced the Duty Status Reform Act, which would address the issue head on. I believe this is the right time to put us over the finish line. It's something the National Guard Bureau supports, the Council of Governors support. Just the other week, there was the service personnel chiefs were here. They support it. TAS support it. So, Mr. Secretary, as a former member of the National Guard, I am asking you here today, would you consider supporting and consolidating the 29 duty statuses for the military reserve component into a balanced and equitable system that would also help the National Guard receive retirement points when called up for these federal missions? Would you support that?
Of course, thank you for your efforts on this. It makes a ton of sense, and we support these efforts for duty status from in pursuit that work for the department and for the troops, because they deserve the kind of pay and benefits that are commensurate with active duty troops. So we look forward to work with your office to that duty status reform like now is the right time.
Thank you for that. General Kane, I ask you some questions. As an individual who served in the Air National Guard, would you consider supporting duty status reform that's going to simplify this and how our National Guard?
I'll keep to say my lane, my personal, not the chairman's opinion. Somebody who's lived the house pain for the different duty statuses would support it. As a chairman, I'll leave personnel, I know this from prior life, who are civilian leaders who do that, but I do think we owe a better set of options for our guardsmen and our reservists across the force.
Well, thank you both for that. It's something that I think needs to get done, and I've been working on for years now. National Guard will support it, and so I hope you will, like I said, work with us to get that done. OMB seems to be our roadblock, so I'm hoping you kind of push that roadblock down so we can get this done. Next question, Mr. Secretary. I take what we do our personnel seriously, and sometimes I know you stated here today, our troops are ready to do anything asked upon them. I think it's here sometimes we need to kind of protect them as well. And worry about the U.S. Force, which has now kind of been out there for 10 months. It's probably well over 300 days by the time we get back to the United States. I just saw today is getting headed back here in a few days. These people have gone pretty well over the world, across the equator multiple times. But I'm interested, I'm sure that was not in the gift map when it was designed when they were deployed. And so, what were some of the concerns that the Navy had when we made this modification was right for you that, hey, this is what extending them out the past 10 months is going to do is, both on the troop and on the ship. What concerns did the Navy have for this?
It's a very fair question, and I can tell you Every week I stare at an orders book where I'm looking at troop movements or asset movements, and multiple times I included forward. And multiple times the operational requirements, whether it was down in Southcom or up to Southcom, demand additional asset in real time, which through a tough decision-making process led to extension in consultation with Navy. Admiral Hall and his staff, they fully represented the trade-offs and trade-offs with the real things.
What trade-offs are we making right here? I mean, really, we have 2 carriers in the area right now. How many we really need? It's whether, I mean, it's a great deal for us, but do we really need 3 carriers there? And you got one there, another one on the way. You know, this is going to set back possibly deployments later on. It's going to have ramifications down the road. It's setting for this. And not only talking about, you know, we have service members that were kept away from their family for almost a year. How many missed the birth of a child? You know, before extending them another 4 months. We need to keep this in consideration. We can make these modifications. And the issue are being raised when you do these desktop books, right? And people are actually making these decisions.
Just fired. Can I get a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Dwyer?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You two are witnesses today. Secretary Seth, I really appreciate your return to war ethos and the priorities of our military. Merit over performance is how you win. It's how you save lives. And you love our military, somebody that you say. So we really support you and your team, what you're doing. General Kane, your comment about being in the middle and being apolitical also saves lives. Thank you to all the veterans in this room. Look, guys, would agree that if somebody saves your life on the battlefield, you can keep their male or female, black or white, Democrat, Republican, independent, whatever, all Americans are all on the same team and put our differences aside. And work as a team, we turn the impossible to a possible and outnumbered and still win. So I want to commend you guys to support our troops so they can best survive. See the border. Nobody talks about the border, Mr. Secretary, as you said, but it's incredible what you guys did in just a matter of weeks. Missions in Ukraine, Honduras, I don't know the other military history who has been able to successfully do something so complicated, but it talks to the unity and the teamwork of all the joint forces and how they work together. I got a lot of questions I try to ask. $1.5 trillion budget. In budget, I'm going to echo what Jackson said about USO. We are often deploy, and we see doing more with less, and we don't plan. It won't be that way, so for us, it's not going to be that way. It's just take a look at the budget, see if we can help them with that. Also, I want to talk to you guys about solid rocket motors. I know that the Secretary of War knows that it's one particular company that put a lot of money in. It's a great company, they do a great job. But what is your plan to also have other companies come to the table to help us with shortfall with solid rocket motors?
You're right on Tom, and we will absolutely work with you. Look at that. On some it's such a critical component. You got to go with your fastest runner to get caught as quickly as you can. Get them incentives. We've also learned on multiple means that just one option means 0 options when you're stuck. You know, one is done. So we need multiple avenues on that approach. We look forward to finding other companies as well.
Thank you. National Guard. I'm thinking about Cap Drone with FIFA coming up, Super Bowls, all things going on. Have you considered, will you consider training National Guardsmen, send them to Cap Drone schools so they can come back and train law enforcement? We can increase our ability to protect critical infrastructure.
Sure, for sure. They may already doing that. Please let me take that one and come back to you. I know the Title 32 force in advance of all domestic things that are on the horizon here with America's 250. We're looking at a range capability. So if you'll be okay, we'll get back.
When Ukraine, who are Canada, is, you know, they have 6% enriched. They say enough to build 11 bombs. Even at 6%, is that enough to make a dirty bomb? Yes or no? Anybody have answer for that?
I wouldn't want to get my classified, so we'll
yeah.
that.
Yeah. By the way, World War II, a congressman was in a close briefing and learned that the reason Japan had sunk any U.S. submarines is they were submarines to go 250 feet. So went up to the media and told them that we start losing submarines and losing American sailors. So let for all, and be careful how we. So thank you for considering that. I would say this: if they had a nuclear bomb, would it 100 people potentially, thousands of people potentially, or millions of people potentially?
History shows what the legal potential is in nuclear weapons. So you have to assume the higher into that range and give it radical nature of this regime and the likelihood of use it. It gives you a sense of threat.
Well, I think the rest of too great to wait. I have to commend President Trump for having the fortitude and the Secretary of War and the Joint Force for making sure we stop this threat for the world. Also, I'm a super A64 Apache, I understand, and operations absolute resolve and everything else. Been very effective in carrying drones. I'm glad in the NDAA we're keeping that program going. And I just saw that you're going to keep the A-10 program going. And a good friend of mine said, long live the Warhog. But if there's a way we bring some of the Warhogs back and or are there any capabilities that replace Warhog? I think so. Is there anything to do with Warhog?
Gentleman's time to gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Thornton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, on behalf of myself and my constituents, thank you for your service and leadership to our military men and women, to our service members, and veterans in our committee today. Thank you for your support of our great country. Mr. Said, I hear from your officials in our rings here on the Hill, and because I live in Army Town, now hear from neighbors at the grocery store who are worried about our munition stockpiles that are now at critical levels, and they sure don't want another for war. So, Mr. Secretary, first of all, talk to us about the need to renew munition stockpiles and how it happens when munition stockpiles become depleted.
First of all, I note that we have a week briefing on missions disability, so it's not something we have for any members here.
Appreciate that.
And but it's also a topic that is something that should be publicly discussed as far as any shortfall it makes. I would assure you that there are not shortfalls that exist in our ability to execute missions around the world. The reason we're investing in defense industry is $1.5 trillion to make sure the greatest countries in the world would fall behind for decades. I'll run faster than ever before. It gives 2x, 3x, 4x of critically needed Patriots, THAAD, SM-3s, every other missile.
My name is really hard to the weekend.
Stop in America. It's our federal.
So you tell them why we're firing the people at Joint Mission for no cost, other than just telling them they're overhire or they're surplus employee. I would
have to look at the particular circumstance of that. But there have been places we haven't been fat enough missions, and people don't move fat enough in the Department of War will find someone else will invest.
This joint missions fund. I mean, your department said you're prioritizing missions, yet you cut 50% of joint missions candidate file. Let me move on. Missions
are built command. Missions are built by ones that are very good at commands and processes and 3 and 4 star generals in charge of that move things any faster. But our job is to unleash the private sector.
We don't have joint missions, but let me move on. What's the Army sustainment command? My district. Can you tell me why firing folks at our sustainment command? Now is the time we should be giving our soldiers every heat of sustainment that we give them.
Because I've stated status quo department before the Trump administration was unacceptable and change had to be.
Do you think it's acceptable to fire veterans from where they've been? I talked to neighbors at Arsenal, and they've worked there 20, 30 years on top of their service to the country, and they're doing it exemplary.
great performers will always have a job at the Department of War. When we reestablish merit, sometimes things happen, but we're grateful for all that's served. If we create a Patriot pipeline, service members get into the defense industrial manufacturing business, consider that's a second career. So they lean into that service members as workforce of the future in our department.
It doesn't mean, they to me that they feel they're wrecking all of the civilian workforce. But I want to go follow up on Congressman Norcross's questions of why you terminated collective bargaining earlier this month. That affects hundreds of thousands of hardworking DoD employees, so many of them are veterans who have honorably served our country. You decide if you were, you do the work, keep your job. That's not happening. And you allege is it being done to maximize efficiency? Explain that.
Thank you. I'd love to clarify. I fundamentally believe the Department of War should not be subject to collective bargaining. Full stop.
So people should be able to fight for good wages, being treated well.
I think our department is a great job evaluating and providing benefits for folks.
I just love to review the kind of arsenal that you can look these Patriot in the eyes and tell them that. How does creating chaos for long-term civilian work actually maximize efficiency? Do you have any comment on that?
There are many examples of shipyards and other manufacturing that are restraints that limit the hours, limit the ability of leaders to ensure we're providing meeting goals we're supposed to, and I don't think we should those unlocked.
Okay. Well, I want to use the rest of my time to commend one of our armed forces. Please go forward with the integrity and the morality that you hear before this administration took a path has allies turned away and American citizens objecting. Do it right, even if you're asked otherwise. Mr. Chairman, I do that.
Gentlemen, you're back. Recognize gentlemen from Ballers Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General King, and Honorable. We'd love to just thank for this opportunity for coming here, for continuing to push for the warfighting ethos, for making sure that the reality, for both sitting here, all the realities on the battlefield, we're getting day in and day out. I asked the Chair for Freedoms and Senator Atkinson to record. But instance record my D214 published in 2003, kicking my Bronze Star, other wartime medals and decoration. I also like to present a document provided by the Department of the Army in 2024 that also authorizes vets and verifies all medal and award awards, as well as a document by Paul Savitsky, former forces member, that annotates the two explosions that was all in Baghdad. Mr. Secretary, you know, you're pretty familiar with the ideas of slander, defamation, and attacking characters. So I apologize for having to take that moment to be able to correct the record, but it's necessary. I also know that my OPF file that was FOIA'd by the Department of the Army was released by the Department of the Army the same day as yours was. So everything's on the actual website itself. People are lazy to look at it. Thank you for testimony and the you have here today. As Jeremy noted, President Trump's incredible $1.5 trillion investment in international defense is set to reverse a year of atrophy that our defense industry has faced over time, especially small innovative businesses in need of a solid man signal that War Department is ready to buy American. I witnessed myself. I was based in Maryland and Florida, so we went on Arsenal Corps and Florida to do the cool things like flying a jet, and buzz around all I do hard work here. But I want to just say, Secretary, that can you detail for us how the Department of War has eased the path for American small business contractor department?
Thank you for the question. That has been core to our mission. Is the recognition that we have a problem at the Department of Defense and now the Department of War, and that problem is us. That problem is our bureaucracy, our process that's meant to lock out new competitors and protect existing times. And there are great times to provide great products and continue to support them. But to build an arsenal of freedom, we need more than 5, more than 6. We need an entire network of small, medium, and large companies treating the U.S. manufacturing and supply base, delivering weapons ahead of schedule and under budget. They don't only have defense business, but all commercial business. And we need something that can move quickly and adapt quickly because there are multiple options. So our acquisition, transformation, speech, and memo direct, we rolled out at the Arsenal of Freedom tour, going out there with hard hats saying, you are part of the workforce, you have backs of our ears, changing the entire dynamic, say, you shouldn't have to sue the department in order to get a contract with the government. We're opening doors with business loans with Cyber or DIU or Office of Strategic Capital, I think we've been discussed today. $20 billion that gets leveraged to $200 billion. So the companies can invest, and we otherwise can have capital too. It's not on a balance sheet. But we businessman, the Deputy Secretary of War should be deemed a national asset for what he understands, how he works. We're opening up our department in historic ways, and I know our manufacturing base is going to benefit.
Well, thank you, Senator. Also, thank you for your due diligence in making sure task force audit will come forward. And we'll see the Department of War for the first time in 2020 with a clean audit, so that the previous administration was never able to do, and many before that. 28 years, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Secretary, since we've had clean audits.
That's right, and this is not a thing missed now. It's been doing it for 15 days. It's been integrally involved. We just want to join task force. We are going to have an audit as a department by 2028.
This is why I'm so honored to have you, our Secretary of War, and General Kane. We're honored to have you as well, the Air Force. Secretary, the last seconds I have ship bombs, bullets, and double base that I need to support. Even as these defense markers strengthen, as a former small business owner, I understand how boldness is good contracts and move to speed which we need for our warfighters. Mr. Secretary, can you detail how the department has moved to promote diversity in our defense industrial base? You will kill Senate correct.
Every act is opened up to provide as much run new entrances.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. You're here before us requesting $1.5 trillion for the Defense Department, largest increase over 2. While I will recognize that the budget does include increases for pay and quality of life, the increases are outweighed by the rising cost of living and the department's ongoing failures on child care, education, medical care, and quality of life factors. Discuss families, the soaring cost of gas, groceries, housing, and child care have left military families underwater. Yet the department continues to put other priorities, like a $25 billion war to Iran and silly photo ops with Kid Rock, ahead of improving the lives of our troops and their families. It's deeply troublesome that the department received a historic $1 billion last year, including $9 billion under each children for improving troops' quality of life. But the Mexican service members that I have and that are living in barracks their capacity, setting their kids to run down school, and lack access on base child care. Here's an example. During the most recent visit to Wisconsin range, I saw severely aging on-base infrastructure, specifically an elementary school that is in need of a complete rebuild. Secretary Haggs, last fall you said that quality of life for all warriors is a critical component of reviving the warrior ethos. In a video you posted to social media last November, you said that the places where warfighters reside need to be safe, comfortable, and clean. In your opening statement today, you said quality of life is but when it comes to our true quality of life, I fear that this is more all the time. Because I can see you, the outdated barracks that I saw at White State Range are anything but safe, comfortable, clean, and have heard from service members about any improvements since you assumed this role. As Secretary of Defense, you take any accountability for the new quality of life concerns Mexico's military service members and family face today under your leadership.
Well, I appreciate your attention to the matter of quality of life, which is incredibly important to us, and it's reflected in the budget. I mean, historic amounts in barracks, in family housing, in family support, child development, youth program. This budget surpasses anything you see from this department in fighting time, to include replacing and eliminating all poor and failing barracks. So we've seen those photos. We wanted with our task force with $1 billion initially, and now we billions of dollars behind it to make sure it's safe and clean and quality, but also that where they need to replace and rebuild and replace. The prisoners charged with doing that and more.
Thank you,
focused on doing
Secretary.
that.
Thank you, Secretary. Now, the next photos that you received, the next photos that I received, and report I received are improved conditions of new barracks and of quality of life improvement because this has gone for far too long. I love giving others at Hall Air Force Base, the Development Centers, face critical staffing issues for many years, and I just recently gave military families, our airmen and women, just 9 days of new child care by us. One said she had no choice but to resign from her job as a citizen assistant when her son lost his spot in base care. And one patient described his experience seeking health care at Air Force Base said, "Good luck. If you need specialist care, rural take 6 months or more, and regular appointments are booking on app." So spend $1 billion a day on war overseas while leaving our service members up to drive. It's not a merit curse. It's a betrayal. Secretary, I voted for $1 trillion to defend, but it could be last year. And yes, the results. I'm home. Service members back home said nothing about progress or improvement on the way. With third day, Secretary, would commit to send me a detailed list of every dollar that is going to improve the quality of life I have in my district.
We will do whatever we can if that doesn't meet with what we've seen, which is running a system that never has in quality of life issues. Because I've been there, I've seen those barracks, and I've seen them recently. And it may not have this administration, this administration fits it, and ultimately it reflects that kind of priority.
Well, thank you, Secretary. I will just say it's run faster. It's at the speed of light. It needs cross time travel. I don't know what it takes, but it's not for far too long. So I appreciate your attention to this issue. We have got to get done, and we will not be here next year to see the improvements that haven't been done despite in the budget today. So let me be clear: the issues have persisted for years under both administrations on both sides of the aisle. The department received billions of taxpayer dollars as it made its continue to work in a partisan fashion to support troops and families. At a time, cost of living is the top issue for families, including those who serve. The department is in a position to address these housing, healthcare, groceries, and other needs. I hope the department uses to that. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back here now, Mr. Gooden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary, for the work you're doing. Over the past decade, Bitcoin evolved from a fringe asset into a matter of national security. Iran has mandated coins for transit to the Strait of Hormuz. North Korean typewriters delivered it, and ransomware campaigns in China's believe he's stockpiling sand holdings as part of strategic reserve. Just last week, Commander Admiral Barr stated that Bitcoin has direct implications for power projection, and he noted that Indo becomes bringing a node in the Bitcoin network and further that mission. Secretary, do you share the opinion that Bitcoin is a tool to project power? Are there any point with initiatives under the U.S. secures strategic invented in Bitcoin and best China's digital authoritarianism?
I guess my short answer would be yes, yes, along an enthusiast of Bitcoin potential. And a lot of things we're doing, enabling it or defeating our classified efforts that are ongoing in our department, which I do provide a lot of leverage and a lot of different.
I appreciate that, and I share your views. Thanks for that. I also wanted to update our operations in Qatar. How did this go since the Iran war, and how has Qatar been as a partner to work over this last months?
I think fair to say that both states, include Qatar, have done a nice job integrating air specifically, and then provide access based flight. Part one of the UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain. They've lived the threat of Iran. There's a complicated aspect with Qatar, but ultimately they've supported what we need here.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was pretty good job that the men were doing there. I realize there went a lot. We really appreciate the work you do, and we'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we're going to Reagan Blake from New Hampshire. Good.
I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, and I want to begin again to it since my time is limited on this $1.5 trillion budget request. Mr. Hegda, you testified last year and you testified again today that you will be accountable for every American taxpayer dollar that comes to the department, where it goes and why. That's really important since it's been pointed out the department has failed 8 audits. The department remains on DAO's high-risk list. Inspector General just last year alone identified billions of dollars that have been put to their use, and it questioned costs, but spending that raised red flags. So this is a crisis right now, accountability of where the dollars of the American taxpayers who are in the middle of a cost crisis, where is this money going? I want to ask about your war in Iran. And Mr. Hurst, you testified earlier today that $25 billion has been spent today. I just want to clarify that is neither taxpayer dollars that have been spent already in war.
$25 reflects the cost of the war. Right? We've already spent dollars on munitions and things like that. So we're factoring cost of munitions into the total.
How much of that has gone board munitions? Does that include the munitions that have been spent to date?
Yeah, reflect the munitions that have been spent to date or operational costs.
Can you give us a breakdown of those costs are?
We'll teach you as a detailed breakdown of those costs.
Yeah, my concern here is, Mr. Hurst, you've testified repeatedly that you're going to be accountable for each and every American taxpayer dollar you spent. You're going to be accountable for rationale. Here we are 6 days in to your war of choice in Iran, and you can't give us an answer on a basic breakdown of American taxpayer dollars that have been spent in your war of choice. That's a question, Mr. Hurst. Right, I sit here now. You
happy to give you a breakdown of value effectiveness here.
Well, I'd love for you to give us the breakdown now. Explain to us, was this unbudgeted cost, or was this something the department planned for in advance, since you were appropriated $1 trillion last year?
The department deals with contingency operations at the time of its normal budget.
So it's not budgeted for. My point here is, and Joe, can you testify to this? We all understand, for you to do your jobs, you need Congress to pass budgets. For us to do our jobs, we need you to give us the details and be accountable to American taxpayers. And so I would say it's an extraordinary dereliction that as a city, you cannot account for billions of dollars that have already been spent.
We put down munitions every week. You and entire staff. Just the American public know. If you don't have munitions left, you must every single week. You know it's the numbers.
Mr. Hegda, you testified that American taxpayers need to know where their dollars are going. And as you see here today, you can't provide us the basic answer, the most simple question that you should be able to answer to each and every American
You're asking a
taxpayer.
question to an answer the answer you already have.
Oh, I'm asking you for a breakdown where you will be accountable for every taxpayer dollar. You cannot tell us any of $25 billion in taxpayer funds that have unfunded or were void in Iran. And I look forward to getting details from our witnesses after this hearing, because the American taxpayer need to know. Mr. Hegda, can I ask you, do you know what the average cost of gallon of gasoline in this country on February 20th?
Well, it depends where you live. If you're in California, say
$2.83. Do you know what the average cost of gallon of gas is today?
China, California.
$4.23. I just, Mr. Exa, you said you got a crack economic team looking at the effects of the war on the American taxpayer, and you answered this basic question. That's shock content very American. Mr. Okay, now I'm going to come back to something, a really important principle. My time's limited. You testified to an important bedrock principle of American law that our service members follow law orders and law orders only. Is that right? Do you agree with the statement, quote, the military won't follow unlawful orders?
Do.
Mr. Hudson, do you agree with that statement?
I understand what you're intimating.
I'm just quoting you directly, Mr. Hudson, from April 12, 2016, and I appreciate it on record. You've clarified the important principle of American
Ladies and gentlemen, from North Carolina's Turkey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary and Chairman King. It's always a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to fall in line with the Chairman's earlier statement, so we can do whatever we want for 5 minutes. I'm going to give you all a break from conflict, and I'm going to tell you a story. It's a story that's important to me. I'm going to start with a post-citation, and it's a rare point of personal privilege for me to do this, but I had to ask of you. I'm going to start a post-citation for a Medal of Honor award for Silver Star. Sir, first class, Thomas Grasso distinguished himself by acts of gallantry and intrepidity. Above and beyond the quality between September 29, 2015 and October 4, 2015, while serving as a senior communications sergeant, Operation Detachment Alpha 133, Advanced Operation Base in Birth, Special Operations Task Force Afghanistan, in support of Operation Resolute Support. Sir, first class was part of a small special forces element that seized Kunduz, a provincial capital of over 300,000 civilians from Taliban. Outnumbered still went. The U.S. Special Forces element faced an overwhelming enemy force of 2,000 confirmed Taliban fighters. On September 29, facing Taliban advance on Kunduz airfield, Sergeant First Class Grasso established a sniper robot position in the air traffic control tower. With enemy fire converted from 3 directions, Sergeant First Class Grasso risked his life to engage a hostile anti-aircraft team, successfully clearing the way for air support. On September 30th, fighting relentless images on subsequent movement into the city, Sergeant First Class Grasso repeatedly dismounted his vehicle while exposed to intense enemy fire to engage insurgents and shield convoy. During one encounter, one with enemy fire disregarded his own safety, maneuvered into the kill zone of a complex near ambush, saving the lives of 5 trapped Special Forces teammates, 1 Romanian and air interpreter. Sergeant First Class Grasso again came under machine gun fire when dismounted direct the element of the city compound. Enable the main element to save the other compound, he effectively returned fire against the enemy positions. October 1st through 4th, Sergeant First Class Grasso anchored the defense of the compound, absorbed a heavy concentration of enemy fire, repeatedly stacked himself heavy machine gun and rocket-propelled grenade fire for distances as close as 15 meters, repelling dozens of enemy attacks. On October 1st, a rocket-propelled grenade directly his position, inflicting a dramatic injury. Bleeding, disoriented, going stabs without sleep, he checked on his teammates before returning to his exposed post. From there, he single-handedly neutralized continuous waves of attackers, attempting to detonate airborne IEDs, forcing the enemy to request a temporary ceasefire. During a subsequent rocket-propelled attack near his position, he eliminated all-on explosive failure to preventing a breach. As the fire on enemy began throwing hand grenades at the compound from a civilian. So First Class Grasso ran through the blast, hurled grenades back, then established a clear line of sight from an exposed staircase, saved his command to call a danger close F-16 strafing run, bullets hitting 15 meters from his position. When part forces were decisively engaged, task such ammunition inside the perimeter, he maneuvered, out guard for his own safety, under devastating fire to slide their position, and hold accurate sniper fire to string their advance. On October 4th, he unhesitated stepped into the end's line of sight to destroy the fighter, bring by a rocket-propelled grenade to 2 trapped teammates. Through 130 hours of grueling sleepless combat, Sergeant First Class Grasso's extraordinary heroism, wavering medication to his teams, and disregard for his own life, ensured the recapture of Kunduz with 0 friendly personnel killed in action. As the severe conditions took hold, the element his ability to fight through traumatic brain injury with indomitable will and lethal precision inspired those around him. Sergeant First Class Thomas J. Grasso's heroism and selflessness are keeping the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself as a unit in the United States Army. I ask you, direct the British of HRC, towards the Decorations Branch, the board, Sergeant First Class Thomas J. Grasso's packet. I know these things to be true inside of this packet because I was there. I'm here today only because I was one of those 5 he rescued out of a near complex ambush. I'm grateful for your support. Thank you.
We'll do it, and do the first time.
I think someone yells the lady from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth.
Thanks, Chair. I saw General Kiefer, I'm representing on. Last we talk about the $1 million to serve on behalf of the challenges and opportunities that can work together. Every base that I do internationally and every single major military is in Ireland over the last, I insist on meeting with service members hearing not be better research. I want to show you may sit on those days. This whole week today, before we run, I do want to thank families of 14 service members we've lost so far, both and in the specific firing of another PBL respective sides on both sides of dangerous war. But I want to start with life issues, Secretary. A number of members came with survivors, actual law for enlisted members and members. You sat here last year and you said, I applaud Congress for the effort that ongoing to address faults. We do need to down to 0. That fund is not risk. I appreciate that. The budget had before as level funded last year. We would agree a realistic cut year over year. So I want to give you the opportunity to talk about how you're still going to drive those sexual assault numbers down to 0 via flat funding.
I'm bold. We've added 5%. It's not flat, but we remain committed to that. And I think you can tell force reductions. Not enough. We want it as 0. We remain committed to it.
We're going to account for that. Thank you. I move with Ukraine. I don't only agree with McConnell, but the department withholding approximately $400 million appropriated serious into Ukraine. Despite some public belittling, Ukraine has stepped up perhaps more than any other ally for us in the Middle East. The hardening security that they have generated from hard fought war with Russia, they are interesting Iranian drone that threaten U.S. forces in the Middle East. Mr. Secretary, I'm concerned about $400 million. Can you please let this community know for talking about Ukrainian people when they can attack the $400 million in Ukraine so passed by Congress bipartisan last year to release and put on contract for congressional purpose to defend Ukraine?
So the department recognizes that $400 million was allocated for European capacity building, and as it has been released.
At least on contract released yesterday.
How would you describe it?
Not under contract, but released under contract.
Let me ask you first. When will it actually be on the ground in Ukraine?
That depends on what they buy the money. I'm going to take the advice of the community and boys funds purposes.
Okay. I'm going to run it on because it's incredibly important to hear from everybody, including King, I say. I'm going to on our allies here. It's clear that the president did account for who's been closed, global market, oil market disruption, gas prices skyrocketing, Mr. Secretary, gas in Maryland, California, Fallon Lens. The president did not notify allies abroad or Congress before he went to war. He has repeatedly rated and belittled our NATO allies, and I'm not interested in Twitter policy and our FX strategy from this war. So I'm actually opposed to General Kane.
But it did understand the risks and had courage to undertake the endeavor nonetheless, which American people voted for. Courage to take on that Iranian nuclear threat.
General Kane, have you or what have you formally and specifically requested of our NATO allies and European partners for Operation This escort air defense, peace and specific requests of our NATO allies?
With us and state have reached out through a variety of mechanisms to pulse our international partners, not just in Europe, but in the Pacific as well, to see what capabilities could be brought to bear down there. This is largely, this is largely we'll move much trade there. I'll defer to energy, commerce, and treasury.
We didn't Pacific with allies, but we
have.
Okay. Can I ask you for specifically another issue that's brought up today, from military perspective, not a policy perspective? What would require our members to actually eradicate any Iranian nuclear threat? Can you help us understand that?
There's such a wide range of options in there, all of which are classified. It'd be out of my swim lane. We always deliver the full range of options, the associated resin in place to go do the things that we would be asked to do. There's many.
I can't speak for Nancy, but I know we'd
Someone's time is expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Member. Again, 5 minutes.
The chairman, Secretary Heseth, General Kane, and Controller for being here today. Congratulations to all of you for rolling out the $1.5 billion defense budget. I want to special thanks to Mr. Hurst and his control team for the work that's put this budget together as a monumental path and important for our nation and our well-being. Secretary Heseth, as you know, the theme of this year's NDA is continuing to industry base, and one of the bottoms of the can is our force size. We're not producing skilled workers and continue regions with strong manufacturing potential remain underutilized. We just covered working across committees on our national defense workforce, work strategy the most in Ukraine, partnerships, improvement in school entry pipelines.
Absolutely. I think you'll find our budget fully aligned with the NDA when it comes to workers, whether it's ODA schools, whether it's the pipeline or any form of trade, invest in that because we need those folks invested in our intro base.
Excellent. I look forward to working with my team. Materials that's aligned with the Department of Defense, the U.S. workforce priorities. So we'll work my office will reach out. Also, yes, we are shifting prices as part of the President's own vision for a larger fleet. With the Navy leverage model, distributed material that taps interest outside of shipyards, such as in the Midwest, the Great Lakes, and Ohio, and Pacific leverages to help expand capacity, these pressure over shipyards, and cut down maintenance backlogs.
In short, yes, including international options where we work with partners who have specific capabilities that would speed up timeline on shipyards that are behind in our country. But you want $65 billion in budget on shipbuilding, a lot of those type of capabilities.
Excellent. Would you also be the platform that can make surface vessels, tenders, and other ships seem well suited for production out of Christian shipyards?
Absolutely. In fact, some of those facilities are precisely the ones visited in the Arsenal Freedom or UFVs, UUVs, where you need the same capabilities you would in a traditional shipyard, or you invest in a new type of shipyard, specifically tailored to more capabilities can be scaled for the fight. Sure. Thank you.
Secretary Heseth and General Kane, many from the Department have reiterated support for nuclear sea launched cruise missile, and I believe President Trump's more support option in the form of expanded theater capability. From your perspective, what specific problem does Litman solve the current capabilities not? What would we assume if that capability is not fielded?
First, Litman provides its party multiple layers of nuclear deterrent that we emphasize it has to have their disposal that create dilemmas for enemy or either nuclear people or not, and ensures kind of leverage required defense, required deterrence required that the nation, it's under everything we do. So more options on that the adversary can't count for is only good for us.
One thing we mentioned a little earlier, sort of continue to modernize the full range of triad. This is another tool in that regional normal, so it's a nice word.
Thank you. As you look on the current program, so the point thinking about a future launch system with risk survivability, maneuverability, and potential hypersonic capability.
Yes, and we are.
Thank you. Secretary Heseth and General King, one of the major bottlenecks in expanding defense industrial base is tech access. Companies are working too long range time, that lowers feeling at speed, modern conflict means. What are the moving to expand and modernize this architecture?
$5.2 billion worth of investment, but we hit entry, and I simply said, what can we do for you? How do you? That's what you come up almost every single time in the lens and the time is create. So we're trying to let up and flower options for them.
Thank you. Secretary Heseth and General King, I'd like to extend the invitation for both of you to come visit Next Source Center Crane. See the great work being done out with the end as a warfighter and ensure our military edge. With that, I'll close it and the rest of the time.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Whiteside from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Heseth, General King, Mr. Hurt, thank you for testifying today and for your service today. And over the past few weeks, military and civilian leaders of many DD components have testified about their FY27 posture. We appreciate their professionalism and their service to the country and the time they've spent to testify for us. I want to start with Mr. Hurst. You testified at getting this that the estimated cost was $25 billion. In March, you stated the first week of the war cost $11 billion. So is it right to say that the following 7 weeks have cost about $14 million total, or $2 billion per week?
Yeah, those anticipated the conflicts obviously at the beginning when those munitions were used.
Okay.
And that makes sense from the war.
Right. So you also just now that $25 billion includes the cost of munitions played. Is that right? This question for the CEO, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm just confused then. It makes that's the cost, and the cost to refill those costs would be more than $25 million. Am I right about that?
In the same cost of the conflict, we're using current replacement cost was.
We're using current replacement costs. So it's frankly pretty surprising that the estimate for Solomon will be $200 billion. I'd like to claim that can,
but that's accurate. We have $50.
Okay, that's a public report. So good to hear this. Less. Mr. Hurst, do you have something on your phone?
I'm sorry, I just rolled in.
Do you have something on your phone? I'll say that a yes. Mr. King, sorry, Jim, can you signal my phone?
I do, sir, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about the last year the Secretary and other administration has discussed sensitive and also certain classified information about SIGM using the unclassified Signal app. Mr. Hurst, what is the current policy for Signal official DoD devices?
The comptroller? So
therefore, it is allowed that your statement that is now allowed to have Signal on your
Mr. White said my statement run the budget for DoD.
Yeah. Okay, well, he got it on his phone, so therefore must be permitted.
Oh, I got to go back and look at it on my official phone. I'm talking about my personal phone. I'm not exactly sure. I'll go back and look at it.
Okay. Last month, FBI Director Cash Patel made a public announcement that Russian hackers are targeting Signal officers in the government. Specifically, they're targeting images of high intelligence value, including current former U.S. government officials. I hope that it is not official policy that you can have signal on your official phones, and I would love to get a response from the department on that. We now asked the question about 5 separate times and have never gotten straight. I'll close by telling about helicopters. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask about the Army Apache helicopter that flew over TX property on November 28th. An investigation was launched by the Hunter's Combat Aviation Command leadership. Before that review completed on March 1st, terminated via social media. Did you personally direct termination that review?
I did.
Okay. Now, the president said he probably shouldn't have been doing it, and I did take a look at it. Did you talk to the president before terminating the review?
I really want to talk about.
Okay, unfortunately, that means you did talk to him. When means that you just confirmed the president himself overruled the leader of the Hunter. Mr. Secretary, you yourself have found the need for high standard and higher accountability at every level of your agency. Command is relying on established process to uphold the standard. How is handling and initiative review by 100 airborne leadership's culture accountability? I felt that, Mayor.
Sir, back to my earlier comments with the importance of my role of staying in the middle. What you're alluding to in my assessment would be respect for your asking the hardest question, and I think it would be appropriate for me to answer that.
I actually don't think it is. I think it's actually the fundamental principle of accountability in our government, and I think it's the wrong decision. I'm going to close by just saying one thing. Just you started here by politicizing it, and I want to make one point. Poll after poll shows the American public does not support this war. Support is dropping every day. We are all representing our constituents. Our constituents are our constitutional duty, and to state we are politicizing it in front to Congress and every member in this House, and I yield back.
You are politicizing Congress.
The gentleman transpired there. Next is Mr. Schmidt from Kansas, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank all three witnesses for being here today and answering our questions. Mr. let me start with you. A little bit off topic for relevant. We're now more than 2 months into the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security because folks at Sandy Avenue have not yet been able to get. I hope I get yes here. We've made some progress here today in this gathering. It's necessary, as I understand it, for the administration to scrape the pennies out of the cushion in order to keep DHS running and honestly run not at full speed. Have your part any role in contributing to the ongoing operation of the DHS while things have been funded?
Well, I wouldn't come into this I'll say the way that we cooperate with them, continue to look at the southern and the 11,000 troops we have there, task force other ensuring our border lockdown, work with law enforcement from day one in DHS, just like have local law enforcement across the country. So obviously we welcome the DHS funding, but in the meantime we protect country, protect homeland, and that's what we're doing with them.
It was necessary. Great. Let me ask you, if it's more appropriate for the Secretary will we've always followed with interest all developments, all the report developments, and operation fear. There's some public reported activity a while back that I had read that the might involve some concerns, so we didn't know from public reporting. We have simply trying to find out where our folks were involved, and we finally did an answer about folks, and we got it. It was for the most part everything we read in the press. One section. It's been satisfactory when we're trying to do our job, figure out where our folks are getting, whether we need to be doing to help them families or folks back home. I know you take seriously the providing information. Can you just offer missions that you do take those seriously? That was perhaps not.
I'm not exactly sure the situation you're talking about, but I'll get teams together and figure out what we're up on there.
Appreciate it very much. Mr. Secretary, let me come to you. In talking with citizens who either have been deployed or in photos deployed, I'm under the impression that there has been a particularly high, especially early in operation for the ceasefire, particularly high amount of concussive activity, and we might be advised to be prepared when folks come home for concussive injuries, for combat-related PTSD, perhaps level you aren't expecting instead of watching from the side of the operation. Can you say anything you're about that in particular, or generally what types of health and post-combat related health issues we ought to be preparing for when folks come home for this operation in particular?
Well, I know Congress all that's tracked very closely. It takes this budget, there's $7 million for more research on that. But I bet that as tracked and identified, also 90% of those injuries in conflict have returned to duty. So then there can still be a lingering effect, which is node and will continue to be tracked.
Can I follow on? I appreciate that very much. With respect, particularly guard personnel who have deployed, and me, when they return to civilian roles, they may be community or from military posts. Communities don't have dedicated healthcare services, maybe particularly focused on concussive damage or post-traumatic stress damage. Is there a particular thought on things we would be doing to prepare to serve that population in the minimum home?
I think this one is defined up front to identify what has occurred and the ability to track those serving. I know those frontliners being my responsibility well. Track those who may be more susceptible to whether they have a formal network because they're not. So definitely something we track ensuring that we stacks in cases where the military facility is important part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, as well. We'll be helping that front when our folks come home. Last question, particular to spoken. When you were last Secretary, talked about cooperation between the Veteran Health Agency and the DHA, and working with the Community Hospital or Committee and Congress, the President enacted a law that causes some cooperation between the two. And we're very excited. Very good Adderman. The reason I raise this to you today, some of the folks who made that happen, Committee General Lieutenant Colonel who's out deployed to Europe, I believe in early June, is Chief Medical Officer who's about to leave for a different time. We things signed for leave.
The chair now connects Mr. Grant from Albury, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Secretary Hexeth, Kane, Ms. Hurst, for being here today. After I was honorably discharged from the Army Reserve, the GI Bill me go to school and ultimately become a lawyer. My folks would represent clients who were wrongfully terminated or racist discrimination, harassment, and war. Mr. Secretary, if I were in the courtroom and proved that you discriminated against our military heroes, wouldn't have to look very hard. In 16 months, you fired more than a dozen senior military leaders. You later canceled promotion of the war. Your chief of staff to the Secretary of the Army. That President Trump did not want to
stay. That was totally
Yeah, you told the President, the Secretary of the Army, that President would not put his next black in the office in military events. But, despite all this, I mean, very hopeful that you can and will do better for men and women who have dedicated their lives to our country. You can ask for $1.5 trillion. That's a huge budget, and I want to make sure that you have the ability to manage it. Secretary Hexeth, you would agree with me when I say that we want the most qualified people in every position of our military. That's what. Yes. Joe King would want to see. I share the bipartisan concern about firing Judge George. And what I and American people want to know from you is, did you ask the President for his permission if you fired Judge George?
It's my responsibility to confer with the Commander Chief on high-level personnel matters. Ultimately, won't relate what was discussed, but he was aware of the issue would be taken.
Great, thank you for that. And when you made this in fire Judge George, did you solve Secretary?
There have been multiple accomplishments over here. Yes.
Do you and Secretary just have good working relationship?
So I appreciate the opportunity.
And for the record, we agree that Secretary doing a great job as Secretary.
I think work that Secretary is doing, and that's not change based on Chief of the Army.
In fact, so good at his job that the President sent him to Ukraine to negotiate a peace deal. You know why President Hill is to him for you?
I'm grateful that President Putin pledged at the email to advance false priorities, and that occurred there, and that's sort of a time.
Recently, Secretary just notified in front of the Operations Committee that he refused to name 2 female and 2 black officers from permission lists due to exemplary service. Names which were ultimately removed. Did you order him to correct names?
No, we removed those names.
Why?
Because we reviewed general officers. You mentioned 12 general officers been reviewed, then there's higher than that. Also, that under Obama, 197 general officers were removed. There's nothing specific to this administration. Every officer is observed the president, and when they be removed in order to ensure we have the right leadership and service, I will make this call regardless of you may pay for this.
About a year ago, the Army began their transformation initiative. I'm all for modernization, but the process seems to have completely rushed in a way that compromises our readiness, including activating medically evacuated Black Hawk Unit at Joint Training Base, Los Alamos. I've heard recently from senior Army officials who's slowing down the Army transformation initiative, specifically as it relates to aviation. Secretary Hexet can commit to slowing down ATI as it relates to aviation.
There are multiple places inside ATI that we're reviewing to ensure that we do not create capability gaps inside today's Army based on fights we have today and fights future budget reflects ensuring we have any operational gaps in the Army or services.
Mr. Secretary, during your opening, you brought up this beautiful slide, and you talked about Arsenal Free slide, talking about Ivan Smith for $1.5. RDX was in there, Boeing, GE, Harris, Saki. My question to you is, do you or wife have any personal investment in this company?
No.
The gentleman by Chair recognizes Mr. Craig Powell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, the Department's FY27 military instruction request includes plans for a new $100 billion Space Force operations facility sugar paid for. Constructed this facility with potential national security missions like Golden Dome, the National Reconnaissance Office, Intelligence Surveillance and Reconnaissance Missions, and other space command requirements with project workforce that includes over 600 high-paying civil jobs, all the department with private sector to recruit and hire highly skilled talent needed for those positions, and how will the department work with Paso County, which is the county, and the city of Colorado Springs, which certainly supported this administration, by the way, to meet growing needs of the Space Force.
Well, first, I mean, is I would, but it's usually what I say on the note in the deal with commanders is, can you have me, we give me the time with commanders, let them ask the real detail action, and the first thing is you think, and usually the problems mud and us, we take that feedback back to you in action. So welcome how we can ensure that workforce is properly for, and competitive, considering how important these procedures help in this budget inside that main border we have here.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Secretary, sometimes hearing times on the media committee, sometimes we do oversight, but sometimes we just overreact. There's a little bit of that today, and some overreacting. I would hope that we'll look back on my congressional career, only been here a while. I do know that when President Biden did some military operations, I support him. I would here support those operations because it's important to the minimum of the military. It's important to support our commander-in-chief, and he makes a decision to play those troops. I'd hope that when I look back at my career years from now, I'll say the same thing, that I didn't choose what to support based on who the party was in the White House, but based on whether it was the best thing for our national security. And I hope that some of my colleagues who got to hold that same standard would introspectively look what they do. But I want to give you a do not say Iran and about the in Iran. I think there's been a lot of misinformation here. I want to give you the opportunity to correct that. Well, I appreciate that. We are fortunate to have a president who understands the nature of the threat we face when they're armed. Full stop. We know what they say they would do, we know what they were pursuing, and we know that after we as home, we had an opportunity to do something about it before they had conventional shield of business drones so large they could never contest. And then out instructions from bad deal, they could some of the race bomb. So the threat was right there in front of us. All it took was courage to act. No other president had done. He gave us a clear set of objectives that the chairman talked about from day one. In pursuit of ensuring that a run after the nuclear weapon, you degrade business to defeat their missile program, get after conventional Navy, and ensure they don't have a defense industrial base, they rebuild those capabilities. That's what we were in the home, that's what we talked about, that's what we're focused on. And service have had overwhelming military victories in pursuit. We've never seen a campaign like what we did alongside the Rail Air Force. Not to mention the risk of those two pilots and the factionalism of that going forward that went downtown twice, once in the day and once in the night, with no man behind. That is all the commander-in-chief makes and got to make. As a result, in a ceasefire, in no negotiation, in a very strong place with a blockade, we'll ensure that when this is done, when the deal is set, on President's terms, ensure Iran gets a clear weapon. That's what we're having. American member 47 years, Americans remember 47 years, what the done, targeting killing Americans. Yeah, had a nuclear weapon. They would use it. This president has unleashed the military, using it out. We've had historic successes. And we do go ahead again to ensure that success is prepared to, but we're hopeful or trying to deal with compel and impel quickly. So this talking about endless wars of forever war, as it points out rightfully, what is now in Iraq, Afghanistan, that is not this. This is a discrete mission to pursue U.S. objectives that are doing it in a historic fashion. I support this president's operation right now in Iran. I supported President Obama, who said he opposed nuclear Iran and would do what was necessary to not to do that. And I support President Clinton when he did the same. It's my attack, and I thought this president did. Thank you.
The chairman recognizes Mr. Binman from 5 minutes.
Thank you. Earlier, Secretary, talked about flexible and low, specifically for how is realistic and how it's just possible. Secretary, I had to ask you some questions about Indo comments in Europe, and you have a hard time answering those questions. I'm sure you are better this year, and you can answer some of these questions since now we're at war. Do you know what price of oil is today?
I don't know where it's going. It's probably $100.
So like close to 100.
Well, depends on the data looking at.
Look at Brent. Do you know what the price was day 4 of Brent, the day before we went to war?
Lower. You understand? You can do numbers. I will.
Lower.
The energy down is rising. What is in front of it?
Thank you. So $62, and now we have a 2% increase. By the way, the department obviously paying those extra fuel costs, not significant, but still there. Now, at an arrow's point, how wide is Strict Moves?
It's about 12 miles, but I've checked.
24 miles, but 12 miles actually a relevant number because that's navigable.
That's the international water no point.
And you know how many barrels of oil transited this way over Moose Strait before the start?
The exact number, you're looking over 100 tankers usually transited, or 101 a day would transport straight.
So 20 million barrels a day, and right now we're at 1% reduction. So it sounds like you've done your homework, you're tracking pretty well with the strategic situation. So a couple of questions. Were you aware that if struck Iran that they were more likely to close the Strait of
Our department is prepared to plan for every possible being front as something being do in a different state to
which is what you've done, and I appreciate that. And earlier you told Mr. Bolton that this event has laid all aspect of risk, and that
President got every possible perspective. And then recently, you just said that dealing with terrorists and the courage to take the endeavor, nonetheless, and that leadership. Where's that at? Pretty close. And so I just want to kind of give a state of play right now. It's a 2-month war. We have hopes for resolution. We're continues really. I have closed the strait. We've now found in blockaded reports. 1/5 of the world's oil is unable to transit the strait, and American people and the poor are paying significantly more. And you also said this is what American people actually voted for. But actually, American people voted for promise not to get in Middle Eastern wars. They voted for lower prices, and this is the exact opposite of that. So let me ask you this: President ordered this, right? Is that correct?
President saying for over 30 years that Iran never had a nuclear weapon. So it's very clear that American people voted for President Trump overwhelmingly voted for that.
But President was right. Is that correct?
Which rank are you referring to?
The right on Iran. The war we're in.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the commander in chief.
It sounds like you're blaming Daddy the Iran, and I don't be pretty glad with you.
I see what you're trying to do. There's no daylight administration on this.
So let's shift gears. This time we're here. I asked you if you apologize to the other people who sent you angry for lives of accusations. You refused. Our first army soldiers, including a constituent, were killed by Iranian strike. Take any responsibility for those deaths.
There are when they came back, of course, I take responsibility for every aspect.
I appreciate that. Because I also blame the fact that tragedy has been on New Day's front page news. President wants to make President look bad. Is it about the soldiers or is it about President?
It's the president wants, the media that wants to come past you.
It's actually about the soldiers. It's very reprehensible that you make that statement. And so, true has on his said about stop her in situation
without recognizes the standard with on finance.
Thank you, Mr. Terry Curcio, Jeff Kane, Honorable First, of course, I'm different over reading Kiss Masters. How you doing? I have to be very clear here. I spent my entire life training for and others for at war. And you very duly mentioned some of my Democratic colleagues of generation that was involved in endless war harass. And I've had with Matthew Burnside 22 of my friends consistent. And I know that you have recently instituted a specific office to help lure activity veterans suicide in conjunction with my friends extra calls. I want to thank you for that. 2 months to not harass me. Why keep the hard one? And the difference between this administration and previous administrations, I think you understand, particularly because of your background and your SDA back there, and General King, you understand what it means to fight to win. And we didn't fight to win in Afghanistan, we didn't fight to win in Iraq. And it's culpable. I have more friends I count that are still on to be in every branch of service, including Coast Guard, for name that's a big stretch. The morale of men and women in the Department of War, in our case, Department of Transportation, is exponentially higher than I've ever seen it, ever. And that comes from leadership, starting with President Trump, going for you, Kane, and your SDA. And what some of my colleagues refuse to admit is that that's how you win. It starts with man, it's a soft truth. You have important hardware. I want to thank you for that environment. I don't want to be at war, but Iran declared war in the United States of America 47 years ago. And those factors are responsible for killing many of my friends. So this is not some necessary political argument for me. This is the fact that President Trump, by using you as Secretary of War and Jermaine, CDCS, and Matthew what you're doing to end a war that declared on us. Of all times, what should you make as Americans, especially in this political affairs when we're at war? It is a war for 5 months. That's who chose to fight this war. We're going to end it. I don't really have a question. I trust your judgment. General can't trust Burgess. Matthew, I trust your judgment. When you're coming here with regards for tremendous amount of money, I understand that there's no fluff in there. This is what's required to end this war that the mullah chose to declare against us. And I'm telling you right now, we have our back. And there are a lot of my Democrat colleagues that do also are just afraid to say it loud because they'll crushed by the left of the party. And that is our preamble. So with that, whatever you got need, you just hire. Okay, Mr. Secretary?
I couldn't say it better. Thank you very much.
Well, that'll be back.
I mean, you're back. You're Representative Missouri, Mr. Bill.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I don't you can't tell clearly that there's a daylight between the president, which calls in question your role and again accountability. And so I'd ask, there ever been any time that you disagree with the president on this or anything in general?
I've never heard conversations that we had.
I've disagreed with like his choice of tie that didn't say anything, even disagree on anything.
I never really discussed. I had the commander chief.
It seems to me that rather than being secretary, that sounds like you're speaking secretary, and we need someone who's going to be there that is actually advising, that is also pushing back when necessary, serving the country as opposed to the president. So you said you never thought about privately or public because we know that hasn't done. Have you ever said birds? You told me what was about. Have you ever said birds? This president, I disagree with you.
As I said, I don't lay private conversations that may serve.
Like you just said, Mr. President, you're wrong about this. Or you're wrong about. You can't even acknowledge. You can't even. Yeah.
You can ask again if you want, but I don't lay private conversations.
This war constantly shifted and changed. You see that, though, right? You know, that one minute it was dismantled the Iranian nuclear program. How that objective has not now been blended objectives as far as I understand. There was regime change. Trump said when Nazi started, I'll free his hand. It was take. He also said do social in January. Hell's on the way. See Iranians closing the street. Do you still believe in this particular objective?
The objective has been clear from the beginning. I support rather than route in the current times.
Okay, so let's talk about what's he said. So let's talk about the Trump doctrine. So November 2nd, the day was up in was not starting wounds. Yes, so-called doctrine conflict is not answered. We're in the war. The objective change, not true about the exit strategy. This, to me, is the definition of opening for war. You cannot name the end for wars while engaging in them. And then here's my weakest. So I don't know it over my feeling in my bones. So, Mr. Secretary, where decisions should still define military objectives? You agree with that statement, right?
It's the man chief makes the call.
No, but
when objective
you should clearly define military objectives.
Ultimately, the man chief makes the decision.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what kind of analysis, evaluation are we looking at with objectives when just what the president feels this moment like. Are we talking about like some Vichy, Petrine, or what are we talking about? We just talk about finger in because I think is we're not up here to anyone judge. We're here to represent district and the American people. So my next question is The problem that I'm concerned with is that Iran continues to increase their negotiating leverage with us. And so we've been told that we once for over in days. Now they didn't control the Strait of Hormuz, and now they do have leverage in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, even stress in June, after the stress in June, I should say, they struck our aid, and we responded to that. Matter of fact, Trump, he said he knew that threat was coming, and he allowed it. Do you agree with that?
Ultimately, the president being clear eyes objectives, and if Iran think they're going to outdeal the best deal around the planet, they got nothing.
But he struck us and we didn't fight back. Okay, and he said he offered it. He said, "You're okay with that?"
The president has done many bold things in this country to ensure Iran president.
Well, allowing other countries to attack us.
He's allowing Iran to do
One thing, Team Hine for the discipline staff for being involved in that hearing. Thank you all. Mr. Secretary, OPEC has been in the turnaround.
Sure, it's very effective. Yes.
And so while the first mid-minor retires war 4 years, 90 war, and it seems like keeps proving itself a matter of the intellectual advance that I have in the military. Why is there a need or push to reduce the platform?
The push to have the platform's previous institutions based on mostly from the Air Force. Given how any of our generation shows how impactful important CFA-10 war has been, and that's when you need air support, full time reviews. We include you down Pellet, you go downtown Iran, and it was incredibly active in this mission. There are other places where I understand that, but there's still most of the world where it's the most active air support platform. I got with Air Force Secretary, we extended to 23rd, and we're up with the president comes look at other variants ways which we can keep the 10 capability or platform on battlefield for warfighters who want down and close their support.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So as technology and sometimes we forget, sometimes old school we have worked as well. I know you just got the active helicopter, and that's a dual frame. The AK-47, we got one of those active rifles, and from the 47. So I don't want to say that, too much on coming here, so this is we're only about the enemy, and you know what I was up. I'm going to focus a little bit too. Actually, kind of old school as well. I know this office happening. There are 3 houses, mostly styles and civil affairs. How, I wonder, there's no airstrip in Iran, and it seems like the internet activity in Iran. Are we going to flip up so that
we've explored 5 different actions we would classify that could restore additional communications to be too important.
I would love for President Trump's social load to be fitted over, to be honest with you. I encourage him to the street. Moving to Iraq, there's right now about $118 million to the government of counter ISIS nation. We know problems that Iraq governments are facing right now. And you personally say you're going to have to fight, spend money. How do you think the fact that you someone who get this over that we was along with Iran, it seems like it's become more difficult?
Pretty much no question. Very close attention to new government there and the counterterrorism efforts. Some of which have been successful or not, and others have not. And this conflict has not stepped up its efforts. Reviewing funding, making react accordingly. Just like this year, French directed we year we 8 we went out 4-2 and 1 now. Typically, our Iraq and we'll review our throughout.
Great. That deal, sure.
Here, Jim from New Jersey, Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Remember, I'm for holding this today. Thank you for sending us to us. Questions. They said, listen, I'm proud of the work that our service members do every day, deep and safe, and I have proud respect for those who volunteer put on the uniform, serving our country. The Trump administration's reckless military actions are a drive cost for everyday Americans. So, is not supported by a significant majority of the people in this country. The administration's increased military operations around the globe, including strikes in 8 countries, and war in Iran is costing taxpayers billions of dollars. Estimates are the times over $1 trillion to the people out of that off budget. It estimated the first 6 days will cost $12 billion alone, and we are not in days of war fighting without plan an exit of the conflict. The administration failed transparently to tell Congress that the American people who are and why we are at war, and expects Americans keep putting the bill. The comptroller has, I think, for commentary, given an incomplete number in this war in the 2000s in that regard. But Congress, I think, because we appreciate it, or foregoing cost estimate, so we properly also is our duty. I would agree with my colleagues if the department with breakdown of this war and understanding where your dollar is going. That doesn't not like full cost of war, and they meant that there so war costs more than the EU and the administration are being before American people. If you look at our past conflicts, when we went to World War I, has been mentioned, when Congress and all the American people to pay the war. From Roosevelt, we come to Australia war, and Americans paid in to pay for this war. Congress to the $7 million budget, and leave Americans with $1 trillion in debt. Every American is suffering consequences of this war in Iran, including increased oil prices in my home state of New Jersey, where gas now adds $4.20 a gallon. So it's almost $6 a gallon. In addition to increased oil price, everything costs more. Groceries, housing costs, and people that we have paid for, not asked for this war. I think we're why we're in this war. I'm not saying the fact that the Iranian regime is a malignant, dangerous regime that has killed people and has killed Americans over decades. I think we're just as the way to get at Iran. Do we go to control their access to nuclear weapons in a multilateral way, including Russia, and deal and commit that to President Obama forward, or we go and try and gain a cause war and get at nuclear. That's where the conflict will lie. How we achieve the goals, war or negotiation. And we've seen that apparently there wasn't a plan to deal with the action that Iran had to take. That is frustrating. The only thing to do when you are the country in a conflict, of course, they're going to do that. I wonder we're not putting the plan to this before he took the action that he had taken. So let me ask this question. Before this comment, this war is just 6 days over, and this other wish for the consequence of increased food prices. I don't think born out of the fact that this cuts impact people on police, workers come have paid, wages, and other gas prices squeezing the American public. So can you tell us whether or not there was plan to deal with in advance, deal with closing or given light impact on food prices?
That will have to be the record to make time expired. They're not recognized as a member of the closing committee may have.
Well, first off, thank you, Chairman, for convening us. There's a lot of passion on both sides, a lot of burden stuff going around. This committee will try to serve the most as all possible can. You have it very well in competition. Yes, we have a lot of issues. At the end of the day, wars to get days. I hope that all usually take seriously concerns we have about where we're going. That's great. Yes, as yeah, lasted long as Vietnam or World War II, but also told us in the last 5 weeks. It started with an idea of mission has been clearly going beyond that. We did not contemplate that we would have the trade war Musha, we would have implemented blockade. So how we get the result is something we really are no longer following you out or best in the world or something else are playing out. And we all agree, Secretary, that I'm nuclear weapon. It is really getting to there. That's the national we'll say, well, I thought so about nuclear weapon. That in itself doesn't make sure. How is the war in the military having actually stopped nuclear weapons? Has it put into a better position? That's what we really need to hear. We'll continue work along with the governments for wars. It is a process. So we'll diverse and agree. I've never met two people depending on love to come to rock and Congress. I get that. You understand how important, how necessary it is that these forces are, and we have an opportunity to question and challenge decisions that are made by executive branch federal government student obligations on the Constitution. So before we continue, conversation, I think there again, you'll back.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Witnesses. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for taking time for tough duty. And you've done a great job. I want to end this hearing the way I started it. This is a historic budget request by this administration. We are in unacceptably low levels of spending, historically, and this president is meeting the moment with the budget requests that meet the requirements we have to meet if we want to remain at peace. This is about peace through strength. This budget will help us have peace through strength. I heard my colleagues who are on the chamber attending what we talk about today. The department, I think, is an admirable job of the budget. And with that, thank you for being here. Here adjourned.
hearing about the whole yeah, grievances issue too.
Thank you. Right.